Good morning, everybody on the Twitches and the YouTubes. Hello, who is it? 10 minutes late for something, yeah. Alright, we have our other two quarterfinals today, guys. We should do today's Wordle. Can do today's Wordle. Alright. Gonna be a clean matchup between good and evil. I don't know. Hera, it's a matchup between good and evil, but it's also a matchup between lawful and chaotic. I do not know the answer. Unless it's Ornlu. But I don't think that would be the Wordle word. Alright, looks like they're drafting right now. Let's see what the Wordle is. Yes, they know how to play Wordle. Alright, my first Wordle word is always saute. And if that doesn't do anything, minor. Perfect! Yeah, I did. Actually, tons of people casted it yesterday. Oh, boy. Let's see. It could be a double O, maybe? Or it could just be like chock full of something. Who do I think will win this event? It rhymes with Bara. Ooch. Alright, it's just the 1-0. Hello, Rivalens. Books A's. Can't be poach. Foggy. What? That's a word? Ollie? Copy? Yeah. That's a tough one. Ah, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, let's get these maps. I'll give you one guess as to what the first map is. Only a single guess. You can be distracted by Gil chasing. What does that even mean? It is Kawasan. Wait a minute. How do we have Kawasan and Four Lakes? Isn't the whole point of this map pool system to not have overlapping map categories? Hello, Lodge. Hello, Akil. Big break. I don't know what that means! Yeah, but Fortress and Arena are good maps. There's the difference. There are actual categories. All right. Not a great map, indeed. A lot of very high priority picks. Oh, the kittens! Oh, I think I have a visitor, guys. Uh-huh. Well, look who decided to show up. Hamsters eat their young? It's a hamster eat hamster world, man. But if each picks one or the final admin pick, okay. It's just kind of weird. We got the woo and the jerchins. Fog. Oops. And the Celts. Glade, that was a pretty fun one. We did shoo away the song. Multiple maps? But there are only 2 maps per category is the thing. Oh, lots of messages. Alright, I have paid out almost everybody. We've paid out 30 of the 32 players for Walhalla within 24 hours. Bazzy Random and Beastchi. I have not seen a game yet on Beastchi. What is it, little corgi? He can't decide if he wants to bark at my family or get an oatmeal spoon.
Or have a cup of coffee.
Uh-huh.
Can you imagine corgi have...
I'd rather not imagine a corgi having coffee.
Bella's coming.
Uh-huh. Who dares message me on my cell phone? It's my mom liking an image from this morning that my dad sent. To be fair, this was the picture that my dad sent. A wild corgi in the middle of the road. Truly the most difficult life of any creature in the world. Anyway, I just want to see Kawasan, man. That's all I want in life. Is to see Kawasan Mr. Ornlu. I do not think that's how that works, Genovese. It's Kawasan! One more game of Kawasan is added to the list. Alright. So, bonus varies through the ages. Has access to Paladin, has unique tech affecting ships, has villagers that are stronger, faster, harder, tougher. Wonder is located in a country with 2 or more wonders, and has a full monastery tech tree. Oh, we are going to Kawasan, indeed. Yeah, bottom row is probably the most restrictive. This is going to be Spanish and Lithuanians, and I think that's it. Varies throughout... I guess want to have a bonus that varies throughout the ages. Bonuses that provide different text in the same line are not counted here. Also, I just realized... Let's swap this over. Oh, okay, wait, right, you can do Spanish and Bohemians. Has unique tech affecting sheep. Armenians. We're waiting in the lobby, guys. I am having my coffee. Although I should have something stronger dealing with AoE 2 players. Alright, so this is probably the next most restrictive. Wonder is located in a country that has 2 or more wonders. Oh, wait, are we starting? Alright. Grid game live? Okay. Paladin. Humans? I guess, yeah, 2 tons would also work. Has a unique tech affecting ships. Well, let's do Turks. Villagers that are stronger, harder, faster. Isn't the... Isn't the Berber wonder in Morocco, not in Spain? Yeah, but it's where the wonder is. That doesn't work. There definitely isn't another country out there. Here, flop this over. There aren't two wonders in Spain? Oh. Whatever, we will have to figure it out another time. Because it is time for the battle of good versus evil and the battle of chaotic versus lawful. Alrighty, guys, we are here on Kawasan Mr. Ornlu. Oh man, Hera's even playing the evil new power creeping civ with the Portuguese to the west and the blue, and MBL playing the tried and true
Kid?
the actual honorable Age of Kings civilization, the Celts. Chaotic good versus lawful evil. Actually, MBL is chaotic evil and Hera is lawful evil, but in the context of this set, MBL is going to be good. In fact, Portuguese feel like a better civ than Celts in most respects. We've done the alignment chart before.
Kia?
For both players and casters. Forever uninvited from the Town Center podcast. Hey man, like I said, I've gotten in with Nelson. I'm his go-to fact checker. This is the good, the evil, and the ugly, and the good is the map. Alright. So let's see what the approach is here. Obviously, Hera has the most... Well, one, he has the most straightforward approach that is available to him. But also, you have options, right? Portuguese can play any different kind of meta on this map. Or any kind of opening, rather. You can go for the water-heavy approach, you can go for men-at-arms, you can go for archers, you can go for scouts, even. And all of that is going to be perfectly fine. Young and talented content creator? I don't know, man. I had an interview with the... becoming an ensign in the Navy yesterday. Or, like, I had to talk with the, recruiter, essentially. And let me tell you, I was not convinced that I wanted to be an officer in the Navy. Let me tell you. Oh god, they're gonna dock the same pond. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, well, those bills are gonna probably be safe. And turtle ship? That would be pretty sick. Well, MBL does have his dock down a little bit faster. Do you even want the job? You'd only have to go to the front lines if war were declared. What's that? War were declared. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at doing possible naval intelligence jobs. But it would be a 4-year tour. Like, I could probably get in as an officer. You know, an ensign. But I don't want to give up that much control of my life. You know, it would be 3 months, basically, in officer school in Rhode Island, and then it'd be a 4-year tour somewhere. And, like, yeah, that would set me up well for jobs afterwards, but I want to have a bit more control of my life.
Kia.
Anyway, Hera's on his way up a good deal faster. And obviously both are aware of the other's dock at this point. So this is going to be a pretty big advantage for Hera if he is able to win water. From everything I know about AoE, it seems like everything is haphazard at best.
Kia.
Alright, MBL is also on his way up, but he is going to be a minute slower, so basically an entire fire ship cycle slower. You okay there, fishing ships? Anyway, MBL just docking the other pond. But he's going to lose those fishing ships, and so that's going to be, well, a literal sunk investment. I don't know. I am not sold on this for MBL. This approach from Hera is usually the one that feels like it's has the most chance of success. Bidax coming in here for Hera. Naturally, MBL is going to be nicely ahead in resources, being Celts and having the later uptime. I mean, his entire build was to go up later. Hera had way more vills on food sooner, whereas MBL wanted to go for the earlier Fisky Mothers. But yeah, I really like Hera's approach here. Barracks is now on the way here for Mibbles. He's going to queue up a demo here at the dock, but if Hera does anything close to splitting his ships appropriately, the demo shouldn't do all that much. Rex experience? Yeah, probably, but I'm not, like, completely going to say no to such a thing. Oh, the tanky Portuguese ships, man! Oh, you've got to be kidding me. 1 HP, really? It does, but clearly the blast damage is just not quite enough to do the extra one. Alright, Bidex now on the way here for MBL. Got some spearmen running around. Hera has no such military building as of yet, but he is docking this pond over here. And apparently MBL's strategy is just to assume that his opponent would never dock the other pond, because that would be illegal. What do all these demos do, man? Okay, yeah, you gotta cancel that guy for a fire galley. Or just get another dock. Arrow love. But yeah, like I said, so far, Hera's approach feels like the most consistent. Yes, he's behind in resources right now, but he's basically caught up in the build numbers. That demo ship does literally nothing. That demo ship also does basically nothing. And so far, Res destroyed, heavily going to be in favor of Hera. I guess the galley is going to be able to go after the villager, which is cute. But obviously the fire galley beats the galley. This is also a thing that's happening for reasons. Still, MBL's in a good spot economically. Do need to be careful. Alright, galleys are almost out. Yeah, Hera in total control of this pond. He has his 4 fishing ships. The villager count at this point is even. MBL has wasted essentially a lot of resources on demo ships that haven't done anything. Archery range is only just now on its way. You have another fire galley on its way at this point for Hera. the skirms of the water.
Hola.
Well, water balance is kind of off right now in that it's either fire galleys and demos or pure galley, and there really isn't a whole lot of balancing that's really done. That is not the best micro I've ever seen. What, he's just making more fishing ships? Dude! Archery range now here for Hera. Both players looking towards Castle Age. Oh my goodness, guys. Okay, well, Hera actually screwed up a little bit and didn't release that other fire galley. Anyway, the uptime should be more or less comparable. We have a couple archers out here for MBL. Reworks? Yeah, I think there's something that definitely needs to be done on the water, though. Alright, MBL clicks up just a hair faster. Hera is going with the 2 archery ranges, meanwhile. He does need actually that other building, so... arguably delayed him a little bit, but he'll probably be just fine. But yeah, Hera doesn't want to go skirms. Hera wants to go for the archers. He wants that aggressive potential. But there are very few games, guys, I see where Hera at this point is behind in resources and behind in Castle Age time. MBL himself is also adding in a second archery range. MB picking up fletching. Only 1 farm for him, no farms for Hera. Still taken from the forge bushes, and of course the Fisky Mothers. Demo not the most exciting there for Hera. Good micro there from MBL. AD's getting much, much closer, guys. And although I'd say that at this point MBL has a slight lead in the game, the surprising thing to me is that Hera almost never is even slightly behind by the time Castle Age is on its way. Yeah, I mean, the score is a little bit lying. MBL has a slight advantage. Of course, Hera will have the closer reinforcements. Both players are on the 2 archery ranges, but MBL can just plop down a forward siege workshop, as he is wont to do, and start to take control of the middle of the map and pressure Hera. Both players now at the +1 defense. Castle Age is in. Crossbow is on its way. Bodkin, same deal. Hera is going to try and as aggressively take the fight before MBL is ready. MBL, of course, just going to scooch back. And it's actually going to be a TC first. And there's the siege workshop, yeah. Definitely need that sworkshop. Range number 3 even for Hera. He knows he is behind in the numbers. Crossbow Bodkin. I'm sure a university will be in his immediate future. Obviously, MBL is going to try and keep at range, but Hera's own upgrades with the faster researching with Portuguese is going to come in nice and quick. There you go. Hera's got his own relevant upgrades. Mangonel is on its way. TC is not in yet, although I think that with the high ground especially, MBL shouldn't have too much difficulty protecting his building. Hera himself going to go in with the siege workshop, but he is on the back foot. MBL's going to 3 TCs? Oh my goodness. Kev hurt your Atlas entirely in this Kawasan. Alright. And go on its way. Hera going to be able to leverage that nice Portuguese discount, unless he switches fully into skirmishers. Interesting. I guess Hera is thinking that if I mirror my opponent, I am just slightly behind, and I'm not going to come back that way. And that's actually honestly respecting MBL, saying that I can't mirror you if I'm just behind like this. Anyway, MBL does sacrifice the Mangonel to get a few villager kills. Is that worth it? I would say probably not, but I don't think it matters that much. And guys, we could have a real game of Kawasan on our hands, with neither player having decisive control of the pawns, you know, each player having 1 pawn. It's actually a real game. Again, the score is lying a bit. MBL has a nice... Not like anything insurmountable, but he has a reasonable advantage. Hera's got his own mango on the way. E-skirm, leather archer armor, all that's, of course, going to be quite good. And now we're going to need to see some MBL Mangonel micro repairs. Mangonel number 2 is about to be in, but Hera doing a great job with his army movement. He has taken the high ground with his elite skirmishers. Honestly, great control there from Hera. I mean, the original Kawasan had 5 relics in the middle. It's literally how the map was designed in its origin. A 4th TC MBL! And what world are you producing from all these TCs? Hera's on 1 TC, man. Skirm counterattack's pretty cute, although MBL should be able to check it with his own Mangonels. Indeed he is. Hera's still going to try and wiggle away. Obviously, all micro, all multitasking here. That sounds like a splat, and I think that is indeed MBL's Mango going splat. Hera coming in here with the skirmishers, and it is 2-2 Mangonels, and MBL does not have another one on the way, whereas Hera actually has multiple ones queued up. Again, MBL's eco is going to be getting exceptionally good, as this skirm counterattack really seems to be throwing MBL off. Hera really showing his multitasking chops here. Empire Wars, well, I mean, Empire Wars maps should stay at Empire Wars, should they not? Oh boy, guys, that monastery is going to get lower than Shorty. Okay, there's a splat in favor of MBL. Relics are not unhoused quite yet. That's the... Oh, not a 1-for-1. High ground does its job. Oh, the fadeaway! Okay, there are the relics unhoused. Looks like the skirms have been finally cleaned up. Even Hera's multitasking has its limits. Still, 2 Mangonels to 2. Hera's fighting. He's going to be starting to mine some stone. The monks aren't really going to be that big of a factor, I think. And, like, healing some injured crossbowmen is certainly not bad, but... It's not like, oh, there are monks that are going to drastically change the outcome of this engagement. Anyway, Hera's actually been killing a decent amount of vills here and there. He's at 11. Like, that adds up. I mean, you have the faster producing Mangonels as Celts, but Hera's just been keeping his Siege Workshop pretty much constantly running. That said, that ain't good for Hera. Army values are similar. MBL is 1,000 resources ahead. He needs to get all of his units to the front line. I got another monastery there at the back. I don't think 2 skirmishers are exactly worth it there. MB! Oh, jeez. Oh, that's awful for MBL. He needs a castle, but I don't know how you get one. Hera still has plenty of archers. Those knights aren't going to do anything. Okay, there's something for MBL. Jeez. It's amazing how ineffectual these Mangonels can be. Okay, that was a good hit on the skirms at the very least, but this castle needs to come in. Also, remember, Hera doesn't have the Celt Mangonels. Like, this is just insane micro from him. Honestly, if I'm MBL, I'm plopping the castle down even over here. Hera's going to come in with his own forward castle. He's bringing the farm. Castle is on its way. Ooh, Hera's Mangonels are a little close together. But yeah, obviously that castle is going to go up. Okay, MBL's is just going to be placed slightly further back, and MBL's going to try and launch a counterattack, as they say. And Hera might have a similar plan, although the mangonels here will likely be sufficient. Hera, gotta be careful! Ooh! A big fan. Are you fat-shaming yourself, Paladin? I don't think you should do that. I think you should have a little bit more confidence in yourself. Cap! Thanks. Oh, nice micro. I mean, both players have had moments of great micro this game. I mean, these are two of the very best in the business when it comes to Mango micro. MBL is pressuring here on the side. Pretty darn intense game number 1. Oh, that's going to be a splat. Yep. MBL's going to get that bad boy up. Oh, those vills are going to have a... It looks like Hera forgot about those vills. And guys, this is looking great for MBL at this stage. He's taking a slight score lead. I mean, this is just a scrappy game number 1 here. MBL, though, 2,000 resources ahead. He has a very nice KD, although the resources destroyed are actually very, very similar. There you go. Imp's on the way. That's probably going to be Bob's your uncle, as they'd say in weird former British places. Hera did a great job of whittling down MBL's villager numbers, but still, MBL was just a little too far ahead economically. I mean, he went for 4 TCs, man. He's adding a 5th TC! Oh, my goodness. And a 6th! A Desperation Castle, but the correct play in this context. Honestly, it might go up. Probably will. That said, I don't think it's really going to matter with the trebs that are going to be popping. I mean, those who saw my Genghis Khan 5 nostalgia run know just how good my Mangonel micro is. So I am the master, and these guys are merely the apprentices. Alright, castle's up. Hera's gonna go for another castle. MBL just gonna get a defensive castle up over here. He doesn't even have any farms over there anymore. And I could foresee an imp GG here from Hera. I mean, look at this. He's had under a minute and a half idle time this entire game. He's only idling right now for Imperial Age. That's pretty crazy. How do you make them work? You generally don't. Mangonels are much better against human players than AI players. Yeah, but you can see that the villager numbers are not that disparate, despite being 1 TC to like a Gaphilian now. Alright, MBL gonna be Treb, and Hera has clicked up. He's not gonna throw in the towel yet. I mean, MBL does need to transition to something other than archers, right? It is the thing with Celts. Siege Onagers can totally work versus the campaign AI, though. They don't dodge Siege Onager shots very well. Alright, trebbing is happening. Of course, MBL's going to want to go for Wodies if possible, as they are fantastic. But yeah, Hera should not be able to keep his castles alive. DC, they're going to keep those vills nice and safe. You still have a Mangonel over here. I mean, it's not like Hera has much of an army. I'm honestly not too sure what he thinks his chances are in this game. Looking at the castles? Yep. They're pretty darn recognizable. Hera gonna switch over into some archers, which are not a bad idea. Like, reasonable enough given the circumstances. I just, again, am not entirely sure what Hera thinks his win condition is. Although the Scurv rate certainly is not bad. I mean, Hera has killed 27 bills this game, just throughout all the mess, which is pretty impressive. But yeah, Pajama Sam is going to be on his way. Streaming too? Why wouldn't I be streaming? Compared to Celts. Wow. So classist. Horse collar! Well, to be fair, MBL hasn't really had that many farms this game. Anyway, happy Imperial Age to you, Hera, but he doesn't have any castles. MBL's gonna try and reclaim those relics. I mean, again, Hera's losing 3 castles. Oh, the tiger getting a kill! Oh, no. Hera's on 2/3 the vills of his opponent. It's really not very impressive. Gonna get those fishy traps.
Oh, Susie.
Score is just water. I don't know about that. Aw, sad fish. I have to say, mangonels are one of the most fun units to use in the game. Have Gaia tigers, indeed. Alright, we're at 12 Wody McWode faces. Looks like all those wheels have been taken down. And Arbs are not likely going to be good enough against a bunch of Wode Raiders. It is true that there are only 2 castles for MBL, which isn't really all that great, but Hera's just going to be... Like, again, what is his advantage in this game? He's got no castles. He's got no stone. There's still 4,000 left on the map. There's some over there, which Hera could potentially take. I mean, MBL is going to be back up to at least 4 relics. Eco upgrades aren't even very good for Hera. Yeah, obviously you're going to want to wait until you get all your defense upgrades in. That is fully walled.
Oh, super sport. Kid.
Yeah, the rocket carts. I mean, the rocket carts are really fun to use if you have the upgrades.
See.
But Castle Age rocket carts don't really give you that same oomph that mangonels do.
Oh, super sport.
And late game rocket carts are pretty rare. Alright, once +4 defense is in, you have more Wode Raiders and Arbalests. This should be a very, very good fight, even without the elite upgrade. You're still looking at 70 HP, the same as a champion. I mean, not that much. I mean, again, MBL's ability to pressure was somewhat limited because he was waiting for his upgrades, which is correct. I mean, that's just the classic Celt conundrum of you're a little bit weaker in early Imperial. Actually, you're a lot weaker in early Imperial Age. But it's been a great dynamic with Celts, and one of the reasons they've been such a good design civ for so long, or such a well-designed civ for so long. Anyway, MBL takes game number 1. Honestly, really, really impressive from him. It was a bad start. He lost the pond over here, but he did enough to keep the pond over there alive. And again, Hera's games where he isn't the first player up to Castle Age and doesn't have a huge advantage from Feudal Age, he looks mortal, right? I mean, he's still extremely good and did his very best to find his win conditions. Like his Mangonel micro is great, and his ability to get villager kills was also impressive. But Hera looks much less indestructible, right? It's a big difference. Anyway, good KD there for MBL, even though Hera trained more troops, as he always does. Yeah, was just behind in most resources. And that Castle Age difference, not something Hera usually has. And MBL is very much a confidence-oriented player. Alright, got 63 people on YouTube. Thanks, everybody. Also, as many people on YouTube as we do on Twitch. Alright, and that was Hera's number 1 pick versus the number 8 pick. Jeez. Alright, if that isn't going to give you the necessary confidence, MB, I don't know what will. Heading on Twitch, there you go. The most specific of all islands is going to be next, so this feels like Italians or Bengalis versus maybe the Wu. And we're going to get some Wu action. Woo! Ornlu stretch. Oh, just kidding, it's Arena. My Pacific Islands wasn't even picked. Oh my goodness. Alright, Hera is probably gonna go Bengalis. I don't think Hera's gonna put that much stock in Arena. He's probably gonna go Bengalis and try and do something clowny. 2020 partnered? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. These are backwards. I thought that because MBL was the higher seed, because he got first place in his group and Hera got second place, that things would be reversed. But no. There you go. Being recommended on YouTube? Well, that's because I make great videos. I make only the highest quality videos, in fact. Although, actually, hopefully I'll have a little bit more time today. And I can make that really weird unit switching thing with how the Qian swordsman works. Because I love weird mechanics like that. Alright, no spec delay. You much? Well, I've been around. Why did their flags go away? It's so weird. High trust. Well, I mean, I trust MBL and Hera. Alright, guys. MBL going to be in the cyan as, in my opinion, the very best of the arena civs. It is going to be MB as the Cyan Bohemians. And to the east in the blue as the lovely Flute civ. It will be the Bengalis. Very much an S tier arena civ. But I do think that they're on the lower end of S tier versus literally number one. Like, to me, the high S tier arena civs are Bohemians, Burgundians, and Cumans. And then, like, the low S-tier civs, or maybe Malay in there, too. And then it's, like, Bengalis are on the lower end, and then, I don't know. The build? The build is just very annoying. I hate the build. But it's not overpowered at all. Unless you're facing me specifically, then it's an insta-win. After joining Tag, I don't necessarily think that it's the fact that he joined Tag. I think that MBL is just somebody who has committed different... Like, his time that he commits to AoE2 is pretty erratic, based off of his work. So at times he'll look like he's in very good shape, and sometimes he'll look like he's not practicing that much because he's not. But right now, this is, at least the last game was a very, very good MBL. Oh, yeah, Bengalis absolutely need sappers. Bannister Esquire. Absolutely get those ads. Freaking hate ads.
Get these ads out of my face.
Thank you for the 32 months. Welcome back to the Wolf Pack.
Hi.
New Twitch crap everywhere? What? Unless you mean Twitch crop. As in, Twitch has farms everywhere. And let me tell you, as somebody who drove through the heart of Illinois recently, I've spent a lot of time hanging around farms. Oh, that's a cute little move. So, in case you're wondering what MBL did there, he shot the deer so that it would move away from the edge of the map so that his scout could actually push it from a decent angle. Had marker that functions, uh-oh. Yeah, that's a cute little move. Click on, rip. It is pretty funny, because, like, I just so rarely use Twitch. I spent so much time streaming on Twitch, you know, for it being my job and all, that when in my free time, I don't really want to be just, like, watching an AoE stream.
Hey.
I mean, I will occasionally. Oh yeah, Hera is almost certainly clowning it up. It's arena. Hera doesn't really like to play super standard late game arena.
Hey.
You don't want to be doing that against Bohemians as Bengalis. Bengalis crush, or Bohemians crush Bengalis in late game, like they do most civs. Yeah. Hera absolutely going to be clowning. I would be shocked if he went for anything more passive. I host next lobby. Does it matter? No? Why does it matter? I want mental advantage too. Oh my goodness. You know, on the list of players I trust to host a lobby with correct settings, Hera is pretty high up on that list in terms of players I trust. Like, at the very, very top are the Finnish players, who I trust. I just implicitly trust in anything administrative related. And then at the bottom is Doubt. MBL is definitely closer to the bottom. It's the rules of the handbook. Check the handbook. MBL checking the handbook in the year of our Lord Doubt 2025.
Hey.
But Elo is the handbook? Yeah. Obviously, these guys have known each other for years. They're friends. There's just some banter on Dark Age Arena. Anyway, Hera's going up in 21 pop. Again, I'm pretty sure he's just going to go for a degenerate monk all-in, and if that works, great. If not, it's his last pick civ. He'll call it a day. Like I said, I don't think Hera's putting much stock in this arena game. Remember, MBL's #1 civ pick was Bohemians, and Turks, I don't know where else you're going to play them other than arena. Yeah. Horror Lakes, Crater, Socotra, Arabia, Land Menace, you're not picking Turks anywhere, so I mean, I don't think it's a great draft from MBL, to be honest, but if I'm Hera, maybe you'll get the last pick win, but if not, it's your opponent's first pick, it's your last pick. But it's already good for MBL that he got a win with his last pick versus his opponent's first pick. No, Hera's not doing scouts. He's just gonna go all in. Yep. This is the quarterfinals. Hello, Forcom. Yeah, I mean, this is so obvious as to what Hera's doing, and I hope for MBL's sake that he is able to readily recognize what is going to be coming at him. Bohemians themselves have an exceptionally strong monk rush. Actually, I think their monk rush is better than Bengalis. Oh, thanks, Chase.
Adish. Hi. Adish. Hey.
I've been doing this a while. #1 monk bonus? Yep. That and cheaper monks. And cheaper monk upgrades, which all cost gold anyway. So in terms of, like, pure monk rushing, I would say it's Bohemians, Portuguese, Burmese, and Armenians. Armenians because, one, you have the good gold miners anyway, but two, you can jump the monks in and out of the fortified churches, which is super OP. Alright, so we do have the spear. Not the biggest fan of that. The chances of MBL opening scouts here are fairly low. Anyway, MBL's going to scout this immediately. He knows what's up. So what do you do with your MBL? You go for a cheap university, guys, and fast fortified walls. And then you say, come at me, bro. MBL is stronger at monk play than Hera? I would not say that at all. There is no one aspect of AoE 2 that I think MBL is decisively better than Hera at. I think that the Mangonel micro we saw in the last game is MBL at its best, and he's still even with Hera. Heresy? Yep. Remember, guys, Bohemians have heresy. Bengalis do not have heresy, and heresy is very often a sort of make it or break it monk crushing upgrade. Alright, Siege Workshop is on its way.
Ateş.
Yeah, Burmese are MBL. If you underreact to this MBL, I will never forgive you. Slower to feudal trash defense than Hera? That is true. I think Hera's probably done that once in his life, and MBL does it every game. Get AoE 2 Conclave, indeed. Alright. I want to see Atonement, and I want to see it fast. Fervor! That's so greedy, man! It's not a monk, and it's not anything that helps you to monk rush. Anyway, Hera, it's a little awkward with Bengalis because you want to get the siege elephant, but they cost food instead of wood, and food is the harder to come by resource at this stage. And remember, Hera's got the extra villagers, and he's getting the relics, so his eco is actually going to be very, very good for quite a while. Right, there's Atonement on its way. No, it's not set up for armored delis, but you really only need one at this point. Honestly, with the 4 extra villagers you get as the Bengalis, plus the 5 relics that you're going to get, Hera's already at 4, by the way. And there's the 5th one coming in. It's going to be quite a while before MBL actually gets ahead of his opponent in terms of eco. Sanctity's a little bit of a weird one, and when I say a little bit, I mean a very weird one. Atonement should be the #1 priority. Why are you getting Fervor? I mean, I guess Hera doesn't know for sure that MBL is going for a monk defense, but, I mean, come on. Did I miss it? No, Hera doesn't have Atonement. MBL has Atonement. Remember, Hera's ahead in monk numbers, though. There's the Siege Workshop coming in. Mangonels are still going to be useful. I don't know, guys. I'm still not at all convinced about this defense for MBL. Unless he gets some conversions now, because Hera apparently doesn't believe in Atonement. I mean, he's going to queue it up in a moment. But this is going to buy MBL some much-needed time to increase his monk numbers. There it is. Hera, look at this. Only Hera, when going for a monk all-in, is still farming better than his opponent behind it. That's hashtag just Hera things, I suppose. Not too sure about how effective these Mangonels are going to be, though. Hera can start to come forward and try and go for some conversions. Neither have devotion, as far as I know. Alright, guys. Alrighty. Why would you let your opponent charge up? Okay, that's good. That is looking like way better monk micro for MBL, although it... Okay, yeah, just a couple deletions there. Wow, that was actually way better monk micro from MBL. Hera seemingly slipping in his attention. Like, that was exactly 650 stone, poggers. Wait, what's he doing? No way. Oh my goodness. Come on. If I wasn't going to have the YouTube VOD muted for playing the clown music, and I really want the YouTube VODs to function properly... Oh, come on! No! Oh my god, he doesn't freaking have a loom! What in Doubt's green earth are you doing? I'd like to point out that MBL had this game very easily won. You guys can't see it, but my hand's on my head at the moment. I don't know what to say, guys. I really, truly don't.
Hi.
Devotion on the way for Harris? Sure, why the heck not? It's 2 monks to 10. I just don't understand, guys. I really don't. Castle's not even close to done. Even if the castle goes up, you just push MBL's base. Hera's going to imp. Sure, why not? Who cares? Hera's so far ahead in eco right now. Turns out that having most of your eco idle at any point in time. Unless Hera really screws up with the mangonels here, but we don't have both getting converted, so I don't think it's really going to be an issue. Wait, why are none of these mangonels getting converted? Why are none of the mangonels? Oh my god. That was seriously one of the worst throws I have seen in a long time. Like, MBL just needed to sit in his base. It's all he needed to do. How is a Kawasan game better than an arena game? Well, both players are going to win with their last pick versus their opponent's #1 pick. Freaking bizarre, man. The no loom castle drop. No redemption. And he builds it right next to the siege workshop. Alright, I'm gonna get some coffee, guys. Ugh. Oh boy. Four Lakes is next. Because we don't have enough hybrid maps in our life. Alright, Huns... Italians? Okay, yeah, all the other maps are open aggressive maps. It's amazing how we have Land Madness and Crater, Four Lakes... Land Madness, Crater, and Arabia. Four Lakes and Kawasan. And there are still more, I don't know. It's such a weird map pool. Alright, it's gonna be Huns Italians indeed. Ornlu thoughts on Dune? It was really good. I liked it. Excuse me. I did think that it got a little weird with the sexual dominatrix stuff, but I do think that the later Dune books didn't quite set up characters that were as compelling as the first three Dune books. Hades sci-fi, yeah. That said, I think that the exploration of political philosophy in the context of a, bizarre sci-fi world is really interesting. And yeah, I mean, I liked the earlier callbacks to the earlier Dune books. I thought the fourth book was probably the weakest. Or was it? Yeah, the fourth book was the weakest. Because that felt like there was no plot happening, and it was just Wormy just talking. And talking. And talking. Until the very end. But I thought the 5th and 6th books picked it up. And it had a good ending. I mean, I kind of get that it like opens up as a cliffhanger, but I think it's pretty reasonable. See, I can do literary talk. MBL, Cyan Huns to the north, Hera Blue Italians to the south. It's 4 Lakes. Perfectly reasonable civ matchup. I wish it was set up a bit better as to why the Honored Matres were fleeing back into the Imperium. And his wife gardening. I thought it was like the super interplanetary galactic ninja assassins that drove out the Honored Matres. That were basically gods.
Salve.
Salve, pero. Salve.
Timo. Books. Oh yeah, I never read the other ones. I just read the first 6. More sex obsessed. Oh geez. But yeah, isn't the TV show based off of the Justin Herbert? Oh my god, Frank Herbert's son. Which I heard was pretty decent, but it's just not based off of the books I read.
Salve.
Pero.
That said, I do think that the movies were fairly reasonable interpretations of the book. Oh, there are several? I just thought there was one about, like, the origins of the Bene Gesserit. Oh, look at these little vulture buddies! Look at them go! Oh, they're busties! They're besties for the rusty. To find MBL's villagers in the last game, oh no. LOTR lacks sex altogether, man. And honestly, the entire, like, for as long as the Dune books are, there really isn't that much world building in it. Like, the only planets that really matter are, you know, Dune and Gaiety Prime and whatever the later name for it was, and Chapter House. Really the only place where anything happens. There's this breadth. Yep. But you do get really deep into like the inner workings of those planets and whatnot. But a lot of that stuff is at a fairly micro level. Gollum X Shelob fanfic. No! Ornlu's done the reading? I sure have. But I enjoyed it. I really did enjoy it.
Pero,
Oh, gotta be careful there, Mr. Hira. Smack. Well, MBL snags a scout there. Just going scouts of his own, not bothered with any other pawns for the moment. Hera, similar deal. Wait a minute, Hera's going FC. What is he doing? Oh my goodness. Ruined the LOTR fanfic. All we know, guys, is that Shelob is only a spider part-time, or a spider-like demon. She's actually a sexy goth baby mama. That's what she mainly is. But Hera isn't mining stone for gunpowder, Genoese crossbowman. Oh, geez, I don't know if I want to click on that. We'll open that in an incognito. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, I know that one. Gunpowder crossbow. Alrighty, guys. I mean, Castle Age is on its way, and Hera's gonna try and go FC crossbowman in a world where we never see FC crossbowman anymore. Right, range number 2 on its way. Hera does have fletching. It is 8 fishing ships now for MBL. But he's not docked any of the other pods. I mean, this is a very fast uptime. Free armor? I'm still thoroughly unconvinced that this is an optimal strategy. Now, can Hera win this game because he's Hera? Yes. But is this your best chance of winning the game? I remain to be convinced. Pod can come in as well. It's only at 4 archers, though. Now, MBL, of course, nowhere near clicking up. And that villager is not going to happen. I mean, that is a dead vill. It's not like Hera really needs that much food income. And he's got his upgrades. MBL also has 6 vills on stone. Holy bejeebus. But he can't let Hera cross the map because MBL is not walled in the slightest. And Hera's getting some kills. I mean, he has the fishing ship food eco. Oh, he's also over here in the west. MBL's in the east. He queues up his own fishing ships. And 8 vills on stone is, like, a lot. Okay, there's a siege workshop, too. Naturally, MBL's going to be way ahead in resources for now, though. Army with bot. Yeah, but again, if MBL stops attacking, Hera walks across the map and just attacks him with a bunch of his crossbowmen, and you don't want that. And even with MBL attacking, Hera's going to try and, as they say, launch a counterattack. That felt a little optimistic, MB. MB! What are you doing, man? Well, it needs to buy time into something, right? That is, as they say, the thing. Megadel on its way here for Hera. Yeah, we should have another tower coming out here in the back. Ooh, you need to keep track of your opponent's army, though. I mean, that is AoE 101, especially if you aren't walled. Alright, here come the archers. MBL will be able to retreat with those villagers in time. MB, what are you doing, man? Oh my god, guys. What? Nice garrisoning work, though. Hera is going to get a few more vills, though. And MBL does clean everybody up. Oh my god, all those vills are going to go down, though. Oh, jeez. Gill nets coming in now for Hera. You kind of would think that MBL would be a bit more active on the water. Really, like, his eco balance has not been good. Wait, guys, does he go Tarkins here? Hold up, hold up. I think Tarkins would be pretty good.
Presto.
Again, Hera is on a stone. He's not going Genbos anytime soon. Honestly, Tarkins, guys, would be legit. MBL is keeping the archer numbers low. The build numbers are still comparable, though again, Hera's fishing eco feels like it's uncontested in a way that it should not be. And kill him. I mean, it's not like Hera's ecos are that great. Although, of course, Hera's ahead in res. Those full sturms, but that's boring. And it doesn't threaten his opponents. Anti-archer, they've got Cav Archer movement speed and 3 Pierce armor. How much more do you need? Okay, now Hera adds TCs. And again, he has so many Fisky Mothers. Tarkin plan, do you like being boring? Anyway, Hera feels like he's under literally 0 pressure right now. Bosaw coming in for him. Gillnets is coming in for MBL as well. Like, Hera's just fishing here without a care in the world. Okay, he's gonna get ready to drop a castle. I mean, he almost has the stone for it, right? So I'm really perplexed. What on earth the plan is? Been more boring in the last... That's true, he really should have been more boring in the last game. But, like, you have to do something with the stone, right? Otherwise, this is basically wasted villager time. Okay, here we go. Alright, guys, give me the odds. What are the chances this actually works for MBL? Hera's gonna imp? Oh my goodness. That actually might be MBL's best chance. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. Got a pretty janky army here. Hera's archers are coming back home. At least 10 of... Where are the other archers? The Aville's going up over there. Alrighty. Hera doesn't really have many vills under the TC. Mangonel is way out of position, though, for Hera. Not too sure why. Got scale barding armor. Oh, this castle? No, it's not getting stopped. Hera's army's totally out of position, and I'm not entirely sure why. Hey, guys, you know how the galley prevents the dock from going up in the first place? Remember that, guys? Remember that? Guys, now is it Tarkin time?
I think it's Tarkin time now. No, no, the other TC! The other TC is the MTC. It wouldn't matter anyway, guys. TC wouldn't go down in time. Oh, boy. Guys, imagine if the Tarkins had their thump back. I don't think MBL could lose at that stage. I like how MBL popped out his army to take out the Mangonel, which just ran into the castle fire. Wheel? No, Wheel is an AoE 1 upgrade, actually. Ram coming in too. I mean, it is full-blown Castle Age all in. Hera still has gold in the back, though, which is pretty wild, honestly. This is a thing that's happening. I don't know how you can play 4 lakes / cross and just not bother at all with water. Like, it feels like you need to be at least forcing your opponent to take fights on the water or invest in water. Because that's what Hera's doing over here to the east. Remember, guys, it's not about what Yatar can't do. It's about what Yatar can do. Anyway, Hera at this point is going to cross the map and kill everything. Oh, jeez, guys. I mean, MBL's doing a decent job of hemming in his opponent, but, like, what are these watchtowers going to do, MB? Come on. Cav should pop up from the other side, though, and be able to go after the Mangonels. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. That's a very good move for MBL, for sure. But no, then you need to pressure on the other side! Oh my god, the lack of freaking husbandry is killing me. I mean, the archers aren't actually doing that much right now. They've only killed 1 Vil so far. And 2 towers, that's a little bit scarier. I don't know, guys. I mean, that Bombard's not doing a whole heck of a lot. The scores are pretty even. Remember, the Vil diff is mostly fishing ships, because MBL is just not bothering to fight on water. But that means Hera actually just needs to use the market constantly. That would be a big one if Hera can get that up, though. It'll secure some more wood income, which would be very important for him. Sending the cannons? I have no idea. You wouldn't think that the guy who has the better army would want to just run around and try and play footsie. Anyway, MBL did the correct job here trying to hem in his opponent, but unfortunately Hera was able to sneak out and build the TC. That should probably be it. MBL has killed almost 30 villagers, but he's lost 15. And again, Hera... Like, the actual Vil numbers are fairly close, but it's 24 fishing ships. Arb is on its way, too. I mean, these bad boys are about to be fully upgraded. Actually, he's missing the last defense upgrade, but almost fully upgraded. Gold is still going to be a bit of an issue for Hera, but I don't think it's going to be too big of a concern. You can get more bombard cannons, and he'll slowly push away his opponent. Another, like, 800 there. That should be enough. Darken numbers are very low. I mean, don't get me wrong. If Hera didn't have water, he would lose horribly. But he does have water, because MBL, for some reason, didn't feel like putting any pressure on water. But this game is very over at this point. Hera ahead in tech, he's ahead in eco, he's ahead in army.
Salve.
He's going to secure that gold over there to the east, which MBL cannot do anything to stop. Again, if Hera was still stuck in this corner, then maybe there's a chance, but he's just not. Oh, man. I don't know about this, guys. Husbandry now coming in. I mean, look at this difference. I mean, Hera has barely any stone collected, and it does not matter. Just has all the eco. It's also got better eco upgrades. So where did things completely go? It just feels like if he just puts pressure on all three pawns that he doesn't control, he probably has a way better chance in this game. Because Hera's had to use the market super heavily to get all the other resources he needs. But now he's got gold over there, so he's, like, totally fine. This is where MBL learns that Huns don't have guard tower. Oh boy. Here we go, guys. I mean, if these were both players with full imp upgrades, then this would be a pretty good fight here for MBL. Because that's a thing. And we said, well, not at this point. What a bizarre, bizarre, bizarre game. I mean, Hera did still get a very good... He got elite castle age time. And MBL simply not able to punish Hera before his imp kicked in. MBL literally never scouted the west side of the map, guys. Oh, it's been a very wild set. Alright, looks like Crater is next. At least we're done with fishing ships. Hera getting wins with his last two picks. Taking no damage? Well, he probably shouldn't have. But it's Hera. And he had a good map, too. It's probably why he went for it in the first place. Alright, 2 minute spec delay, and we'll get into Crater here. Sea Raider. Typical, I mean, yeah, but you gotta play the map, man. C for Raider, indeed. All right, 10 seconds, guys. Alrighty, guys. Game number 4. I know how to count. Here we will have Hera in the blue as the Khmer to the northwest, up 2-1 now. And to the southwest, dropping 2 games that he probably should have won. We'll have MBL in the cyan as the Turks. Da Turks. Alright, so we have a super heavy power creeping Civ that has an insane eco and also a good tech tree. And we have a Civ that would be a reasonable pick if the power level of Civs in general was a lot lower. So, not too sold on this for MBL, but the Celts pick was also, in my opinion, worse than the Portuguese pick, and that one worked out just fine. So we shall have to see. Now remember that the Turks do have extra Pierce armor on their scooters, but Khmer have such a good eco that I feel like it's going to be very, very difficult for, you know, MBL to have a competitive army. But I have to imagine he's got something planned. We shall see. Taking the boar. Only 2 vills on wood right now for MBL. Hera with no vills on wood. He could be looking for a very fast uptime with the Khmer. And that is a very reasonable point.
Bye.
All the relics just hanging out in the middle. I wonder why there's this little circle of grass. Kind of goofy looking, isn't it? Like you have this dirt and rock crater. Just has a ring of grass in the middle and a ring of grass around the rocky terrain. I don't know, maybe it's just how the map scripting works. Hera still has not taken any wood this game, guys. This could be super freaking fast. Still missing 2 of his sheepers, because obviously you need to push in the ibex, because there are so many of them. MBL got loom? What? It's kind of weird. Maybe he got housed? Yeah, probably got housed. But come on, who am I thinking? It's MBL. Anyway, that's not really ideal to get that early of a loom, and Hera should be going 17 pop no loom. Dang! That is as fast as you can reasonably go, guys. Hera has only collected food. Oh boy. Now you send all 8 bills to wood.
Bye.
Yep, Khmer and Mongols are really the only civs that can do this. I don't even think Georgians can. No, Georgians might be able to, but you don't have anything really to follow it up. Because you still need to spend 100 wood on the mill, right? Like, their version of this looks extremely similar to the Khmer version. Except, I guess you can just spend your first 100 wood on the mill as well. And then you have the mule cart. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, Mongols, Khmer, Georgians are the only civs that can do this. But remember, guys, Georgians are underpowered. They're real bad. Anyway, MBL going 19 pop with loom, of course. He got loom a lot earlier. Hera picks up the last of his sheepers. Very, very good build, though, from Hera. About as fast of a scooter bug build as possible. George? I don't know anything about St. George. But he sure did have a country named after him. Did he kill a dragon? Did he rock the dragon? Dragon Ball Z? It does get a downhill hit there. Oh, wait, that's a really late barracks from MBL. Oh, he missed that. Oh, that's not ideal. Good axe on the way. Hera, of course, can just go ahead and get his house, or the mill right next to the house, so Vills can jump into it, no problem. He's got the 2 houses over here to jump into as needed. Who's Jordan Peterson? Anyway, nice kill there. Sloppy. I don't know if I would use that word. Thought leader? Ah, whatever that means. Is to grab the relics and drag this into a trash fight? This game has never, ever gone to the gold running out, or this map has never gone to that. Quick walling the vills, because that would make way too much sense. Because literally everyone else quick walls their vills in on this map. And MBL isn't like you sheeple that wall in your vills. Guys, what is he doing? Even with Khmer, it's probably worth it to just wall in the vills. Guys, someone help me out here. MBL's eco's now terrible compared to Hera's, although Hera is getting a little bit housed. I mean, it's only 2 spearmen. Only has 1 army? Well, to be fair, Hera has not been under any pressure at all, and he's just 2 vills ahead. He's got 16... Guys, Hera has 14 farms already. Like, come on. Oh no, look at these 2 these 2 scouts. They're gonna do so much, guys. Don't you worry. Need to wall? Well, I mean, it's just MBL this game hasn't shown any aggression. Other than those 2 scouts just now coming in, and, I mean, Hera's just fine. Well, your scouts have extra pierce armor, which is nice, but doesn't really help you in the scout v scout fight. But guys, MBL is just falling insanely far behind in eco. Oh, that was a cute little move. Wait, Hera still doesn't have loom! What is he doing? Guys, I hear that researching loom makes your villagers harder to kill. Focus on? Yeah, it's pretty insane how good he is at macro. I mean, it's 7 scouts with bloodlines. Is Hera doing a no loom challenge or something? Okay, no, it just has it queued up. Now, it actually was intentional, guys, in case you're wondering, relying on the houses for the villagers to be able to jump into so that he could spend his first 100 gold on bloodlines. Like, this is an actual build. It's not Hera being the S word. wheelbarrow coming in is going to help the farming rate. Oh. It's a meme build? I think it's a legit build. Is it a build that Hera would do in the grand finals of an S-tier tournament? No, because it's not super safe and passive. But it does have value. That said, MBL has 4 kills. He's caught right back up in terms of res. Now, I do think that the second archery range, or the not archery range, is a bit of a meme. That said, like, what's MBL doing here? What's the S word? It's an S word that rhymes with floppy. But apparently I said too much at a time, and now I'm not allowed to say it anymore. Okay, these vills, I'm pretty sure are not actually walled in, but, you know, it's the appearance of being walled in that really matters to deter your opponent, right? You don't actually need to be walled in. Dang it. Slutty does not rhyme with floppy. I mean, it ends in the same letter, but for something to rhyme, the last syllable has to be, you know, similar. Well, the thing is, Hera doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades, but, I mean, he's still getting a lot of work done. Well, MBL had a fantastic game number 1. Now forging coming in for Hera. Like, I'm just not sure. Like, Hera's build is, like, one of those that it could be good, but you're probably not trying it in a big event. MBL is, like, I have no idea what on earth he's doing and how he thinks that this is efficient. Which civs do they add? I don't know enough about the Americas. I think that, Zapotec, Chimu. I don't think you do the Olmecs or Toltecs because they're basically the Proto-Aztecs. Tarsicans is definitely a one. But like I said, I'm not super familiar. Okay, MB just wants Castle Age. To what end? Right, you get to Castle Age, right? You can't make those guys pikemen. They're still just going to be spearmen. The men of the spear. And by the way, Hera's on 25 farms. He can click up whenever he so dang pleases. Just needs to stop scout production for a moment. He still has 12 of them, and I think that's exactly what he's... Nope, never mind. He's queuing up more. I guess just like a couple camels, maybe. I mean, it's still only 4 vills on gold. Forging coming in. Remember, MBL has no scout upgrades whatsoever. Hera clicks up. I mean, he is slower, but not by an astronomical margin. A lot of those units are low HP. And here comes the tower as well. Yes, the Turk tech tree do be doing the funny sometimes. I'm a little curious as to why Hera's not adding in more scouts at this point. Like, yeah, cut the scout production to get to Castle Age. That makes sense. Alright, scale barding armor coming in. And MBL is going to do, as they say, launch a counterattack. Well, that is going to be some value there, and MBL's just taking the gold over there on the side. So, Bloodlines +1/+1, Bloodlines only the +1 attack, notably. And of course, light cabs in. And there is the +1 defense, and indeed it will be camel production for the Turks player. Gonna grind. I mean, it's early Castle Age. You can just go camels here as an MBL. The game. Yeah, honestly, guys, at this point, I don't think they do the Americas or Africa, which would definitely be the two regions that would need the most attention. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, like, you know, more rehashing of ancient world civs. Like, I would expect Macedonians before I expect the Bantu. Like, do Alexander of Macedon, the Civ, get a hero unit, Alexander the Great. Anyway, 9 villagers killed per player, and Hare's only ahead by 500 resources, and he needs that monastery, otherwise how on earth is he fighting camels? Anyway, 12 light cav, 3 knights versus 6 light cav and 5 camels. Upgrades, again, are identical. East and West Africa? Yep. At least. Kanem, Bornu, Benin, and the Bantu and the Somalis. Like, you could do an entire Africa DLC again, and then really round out most of the major African empires during the Middle Ages. Anyway, MBL is starting to pick up some relics, and that is at least a reasonably efficient fight from him. But Hare's eco upgrades are still largely unimpressive. Husbandry is going to be a big one, though. Congo is the AoE 3 time frame. No, not Ubuntu. The Bantu. It's more of a people group. But Bantu could be a stand-in for any of the East African city-states. You could also call them Swahili if you want to make it a little bit even more focused on East Africa. But yeah, Kanem, Bornu, Swahili, Bantu, whatever, and Benin are like very, very obvious ones. Man, it's a shame that Khmer don't have husbandry, otherwise they would be able to outrun those villagers. 1 relic apiece now. Hera's coming in for number 2. The Gascons and Britons? Yeah, Trireme. Watch, we're gonna get with Trireme's blessing a you know, a Macedonians, Thracians, and Dacians DLC for Alexander the Great. Great Zimbabwe? Well, Great Zimbabwe was during the medieval time frame, but they really didn't have much interaction with the other civs in the game, so I would actually not prefer them as much. Oh, bit of a scuffle here. I don't think Hera got the... Oh, no, never mind. Hera got both conversions, and I think MBL did too. Okay, so that's at least evening up, and MBL will be taking a better fight here. I mean, again, camels counter knights. Believe it or not, you may not believe me, chat, but camels do counter knights. And MBL is starting to get ahead. Korean interactions. Well, Koreans interacted with other AoE civs, and Aztecs absolutely interacted with the Spanish and the Mayans. I mean, already you had the Aztecs being a bit out there in the first place, but... you know, they're in the game now. Is Onager. Well, to be fair, late game Turks should still obliterate Khmer. But yeah, MBL's taking good fights. He's getting ahead in villagers. The resources collected are still, of course, going to be a little bit in favor of Hera. Also, Triumph, why is Hera hacking? He has husbandry for these cavalry units as Khmer, and it really feels like, you know, if husbandry isn't available to Khmer, why would Hera have that upgrade? Yes, the Mayans were very isolated, although they did interact with the Aztecs, or at least Mayan cultures did. Anyway, Hera's gonna go for a pikeman switch as, well, right now MBL's just making camels. Third TC coming out here towards the middle of the map. And looks like it'll be 2 relics, with the last one kind of hanging around over there. To all cavalry. All elephants I could get behind. And then you give the Khmer, you know, expand it to elephants, give them an extra 10% speed boost, and then you're good to go. And Hussar, no. Specifically not Hussars and Knights. Trash events. 4th TC here from MBL. Still, he is going to need something that is going to somewhat effectively deal with the pikemen. Yeah, it's amazing how in the upcoming patch that Romans, Portuguese, and Khmer are all going to lose husbandry. And then Japanese are going to lose bloodlines. Oh, man. Nice little movement with the houses. I mean, Hera has a big army, but MBL's ahead. Hera's still somehow ahead in resources collected. This man is insane. What do Georgians lose? I have no idea, man. You rework the Manaspa. Georgians with a much reworked Manaspa are probably sort of okay. Well, you don't have fletching even in on the town center, which is obviously incredibly unimpressive in terms of damage there. And Hera's continuing to, you know, go ahead on apply directly to the forehead. Two mangonels? I don't know about that. I mean, Hera still has the army. These 6 camels sure as heck aren't doing anything. What are you doing, MB? What was that? Oh my god. I was gonna lose all these vills. Forward Siege Workshop coming in? Sure, why not? He's literally on 3 TCs now, even still to 1. I mean, Hera's still only a little ahead in villagers killed, but he just has such a huge army. It's just you're not making anything that kills pikemen. Wants a castle? Well, if he wanted a castle, he probably should have been gathering much more stone much sooner. Still flooding units across the map. Guys, MBL's at 24% eco efficiency. Delete. Nope. It really does feel like MBL's struggling to keep up with Hera's multitasking. I mean, Army made, Hera's still ahead by 25. He's still ahead in resources, with that being food and gold, somehow. Alright, there's the castle coming in. Well, why are only 5 mils building that? Nearest units are just not dying. They're still only on 1 TC, by the way. Castle's in, finally. Like, look at this insane drop in eco. Hera's now ahead in villagers. He has killed 60 villagers this game. 6-0. Another TC for MBL. Hera now wants to add a forward TC of his own. I'm gonna click up to Imp soon, guys. Holy cow. No herbal medicine for Turks, though, guys. Big Sag. Hera adds more TCs. I mean, he knows he's gotten an enormous amount of damage done. Jeez, guys. MBL is, like, defeating himself 3 games in a row. Like, that's the thing with Hera, right? He is... If there is a way to come back in a game, he will try and find it. Okay, well, Hera's going to issue the Imperial Age stuff for now. Janny production has begun. What's the conversion difference, by the way? 10 to 8 in favor of Hera? Yeah, that sounds about right. That should be 10 to 10. Why are the Jannies so far away from home? Oh my god! I don't know, guys. I don't know. It just feels like every single game, Hera can just win by just making more units and attacking with them. And just constantly take the best fights he possibly can. Now we have all of Hera's home maps. Turks losing to Khmer. I mean, it was looking so promising for MBL after game 1. He beat himself? Oh, you betcha. Losing game 1? Yep. We picked Arena. Okay, now we're going to Arabia next. But every single one of those games was winnable for MBL. $220 load? Yeah, it's wild. Alright, Arabia next. Interesting Civ matchup here. For Ho maps? Wow, McNeely, you can't just call something a Ho map. Not in this day and age. Like, I guess. Alrighty, guys, here we are, game number 5. Let's see if MBL can make it happen. Got first place in his group, but ran into Hera. Still has been in winnable positions in all of the games. Anyway, he's going to be in the cyan as the Georgians to the southwest. And in the blue, as the newly buffed Churchins to the southeast, it will be Hera. Alrighty. So, to win this one, MBL will need to utilize the power of Georgians. Arabia? It's a semi-wallable map for Hera. It's like, okay, nothing that crazy. For MBL, it's probably a little bit worse to defend. I like Hera's map a little bit more, but they are quite close to each other. Hera just scooting around with his scooter bugs. But as far as civs go... Wait a minute, what? Why is he building a mill? Guys, did you know that mule carts can drop off hunt? Keaton, no, Hera drafting Ketons.
Get you arse.
I mean, I guess you need to build a mill anyway. Oh. There you go. MBL has been in winning positions in every single game so far. He absolutely threw at least 2 out of his 3 games. Yes, I feel like Hera's probably going to do something silly. MBL himself went for the Jurchen Grenadier fast castle stuff. Here, I'll set this up for you, Boom. MBL was defending on Arena a monk rush from Hera. He gets 3 conversions on top of his opponent in the first fight, and then sends 11 villagers forward to the middle of the map without loom, and then loses them all to a mangonel to go for a castle drop. Because apparently you just can't drop a castle at home. Oh yeah, he lost them to his own mangonel. There, tank. Jurchen's just got buffed though. Yeah, he did mangonel his own units.
Get you ours.
Yep. You guys missed it, man. Last game, MVL, I think, just made several poor decisions. And again, it's Hera, right? You can't make several poor decisions and hope to win, because Hera generally does not make any poor decisions. Indeed, it will be on the YouTube stream.
核主命令，
5 more to his own later. Yep. Alright, looks like 18 pop with Loom up for MBL. Pretty normal stuff for Georgians, nice and quick. And Hera, will he indeed be going for the Grenadiers build? Alright, Feudal Age on its way. So, perfectly fine Dark Age here for MBL.
什么？
Shema. Alright. Oh, okay, Herod still queued up more vills. At least one more vill.
核主命令，
21 pop is a little on the slow side, though. Up. Okay, 22 vills feels like... Okay, now we're probably getting into Jigen land. Yeah, I think we're getting into Jigen land. Georgians are bad. That's true. Owie. 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 Ow. We. Oh, I don't think you can risk it for the biscuit, guys. The start? I don't know, man. I don't pretend to understand the ways of the YouTube. Alright, Hera clicks up. What would be 24 pop? Again, it's going to be the Grenadier build. Wait for the regen? Yep. It only needs to wait for 1 hit point to regenerate so it doesn't die to the villager, although Hera has a scout in good position there. No, Georgians are not at all bad. They're still way better than almost every other Cav Civ in the game. I mean, Georgians were bad compared to launch Ketons. Like, literally every Civ. I don't think this tower rush is going to do that much.
什么？
Hera can still go to that wood line. (1v1) It feels like he probably tries harder on the ladder than he would here.
Rasach berzahnet.
核主命令，
Oh boy. Helps to get in? It does. But I still don't think you're stopping the FC attempt. Unless the tower came in maybe sooner, but who knows. Again, Hera is not tryharding here. Well, I mean, again, it's not that Hera isn't trying, it's that he's doing what Viper did during his peak, where in not major tournaments, he's just doing more experimental strats. Like, I mean, he's still playing well by Hera standards in the actual games.
准备就绪。
Not enough food. Need to probably sell 200 more wood. Hera kind of screwing this one up, guys.
喂，
Alright. Guys, is Hera dead? Okay, there he goes. But he has 0 on food. Less good? Yeah, basically.
什么？
His tactical choices, though, have been very, very good.
The Ars. Die Rostrei Marjorie. Resach Berzanept.
Anyway, guys, you do need an archery range, by the way. Which is why you usually go archery range plus market.
The Ars.
But Hera doesn't have a barracks. Oh, don't worry, guys, it's coming. A barracks Obama. I like how MBL killed 2 early villagers and is still only ahead by 100 resources. And Hera's having to do all this crap. Oh, it's Fire Lancers. Oh, I thought it'd be Grenadiers. Okay. I mean, the Jurchen Fire Lancers are pretty decent. I mean, they did just get buffed, remember? Oh, here we go. They need Captain Stonewall MB to keep those Fire Lancers at bay. Because now Hera's eco is, as it should be, completely falling behind.
何种命令？
Remember, though, that you do have the faster attack speed with the Jurchens. And they have 1 more base attack. Oh, it is absolutely the correct call. FC? I mean, that's basically been the one time where people actually said Fire Lancers were good before they got buffed. I don't think anyone said that the Korean FC Fire Lancer was a bad strat.
准备就绪。
It was basically, are Fire Lancers good in any other context? And that is something that we don't really know yet.
什么？
These, it's like okay. Remember, they only have 1 anti-building bonus damage. But they do benefit, of course, from arson. So, I mean, it could be better. Yeah, longswordsmen and archers counter Fire Lancers. Good with the Koreans, they cost half the wood price.
何种命令？
Anyway, Hera's gonna go for a forward siege workshop. On top of longsword. Well, longswordsmen and Fire Lancers have the same movement speed.
何种命令？准备就绪。
So the Fire Lancers can kind of sort of micro a little bit. Anyway, Castle Age is on its way. 10 more vills right now for MBL, and he has any amount of eco upgrades.
喂，
Can barely even... Wait, he can't afford a rocket cart. Why is he making a rocket cart? Oh, I wonder if Hera's thinking that the rocket cart costs the same as the mangonel, when it does not.
何种命令？
Get arson? I don't think so. Not yet. Nope. Ah, there it is. Anyway, that's a cute little thing the Fire Lancers can do, is just kill the Vill going for the repairs. You do need to send another Vill forward. I don't know about this from MBL. Well, with knights? No! I was gonna go Cav Archers. Although if he was a true Giga Chad, he'd just go for Long Swordsman. But MBL, alas, is not a Giga Chad.
准备就绪，
Alright, CA coming in. They only have fletching. MBL is, of course, nicely ahead in the resources now.
什么？
But naturally, the Watchtower is going to die to the rocket carts because, well, that's how that works. Access to resources? He does, but where is he going in this game? Hera has a huge army. Siege Workshop now on its way. Churchens have fairly bad monks, remember. Well, I mean, actually, I think they have a lot of monk upgrades, but they missed the most important ones. Actually, they have everything except Faith, Redemption, and Heresy. Stable gonna go down here as well. Scale mail armor on the way here for Hera.
什么？
But there are simply so many Lancers of Fire.
何种命令？
Give a ranged attack.
准备。
No, it's just call an ambulance, but not for me. Monk on its way. The Mangonel fighting here is, of course, très important.
何种命令？
And that's a great hit for MBL. That's the sort of thing you need to do if you want to have any hope in this game. Nice little fadeaway shot there. And the Fire Lancers are not likely going to want to be right underneath the TC, although they will get the kill. Anyway, the Cav Archers are going to be able to get the last hits on the rocket card. I mean, I guess MBL spending his APM trying to not lose Vils right there, which is totally reasonable. No Vils here with which to repair, so the rocket carts can go down, and MBL is doing okay. Fortified Church coming in, that's going to be huge. Hera perhaps missing a bit of an opportunity there to get a free kill. I mean, this is hard. Again, does Hera go for this build in a major tournament finals? No. But
准备就绪，
this is in the realm of experimental, not in the realm of bad, if you know what I mean.
准备就绪。什么
I？ mean, the Jurchen Fire Lancers are clearly not a bad unit. Oh! But yeah, I mean, the Fortified Churches are going to be so good at holding here.
何种命令？
And those repair bills were certainly not in their proper position.
准备。
No, the bunker! You have so much to live for! MBL still very far ahead in bills. The Fortified Church is doing its Fortified Church thing. MBL way ahead in bills. I don't know if... I mean, I think that this was his plan from the beginning with Jurchens, honestly. I think the FC was the adaptation on Four Lakes. I think that an FC of this sort was, I think, the plan all along. Not the Bills! Yeah, this is a tough defense from MBL. And Hera's still making more rocket cards. I heard a unit die over here. Don't know what that was. Oh, scout. Many monks have died indeed.
什么？
何种命令？
Cav Archers coming in here for a counterattack. Of course, Hera will simply walk towards the TC. But good play here from MBL.
准备就绪。
Nice kill there. And obviously the idle time is comically large for Hera, and MBL takes the win. Very, very well done Again, this build, it's not bad from Hera. Is it how he'd play in a tournament finals? No, but this was still a very, very scary attack. And I'll be able to take good enough fights. Hera with 10 more military units made, and it just wasn't quite enough. No, I don't think it was necessarily for the memes. I mean, again, it is content for him. Wow, we actually have more viewers on YouTube than we do on Twitch right now. That's wild. Yeah, obviously Hera can eat the loss. Is Georgians over Jurchens? They kind of sound similar. Well, this isn't an S-tier tournament, remember? So you have Land Madness and Socotra remaining. So Land Madness is one of the two Omega... Actually, no. These are possibly the three best Land Madness civs. Ketons, Romans, Magyars. Well, Twitch is only on YouTube. Or Twitch is on... The Twitch chat is on screen, and the Twitch chat is integrated into my stream. I just have my YouTube chat open, so I can read YouTube chat. MBL civs are a lot jankier. Like, Hera's got 3 fantastic civs left. Alright, Land Madness it is. So Game 7 would be on Socotra. How many viewers does YouTube have? We're like at 80-something right now. 85? Only 80 on Twitch. That's, of course, T90, Hera, and Dave all streaming, and T-West. Feeling it. Then you're not picking Goths on Socotra, but Goths do feel very good on Socotra. Alrighty. Here we are, game number 6 in our best of 7. MBL trying to keep his hopes alive. He'll be in the cyan as the Vietnamese to the east, and to the west in the blue as the Romans. It will be Hera. So Hera, very, very, very meta, strong, straightforward civ.
Impera.
Romans are going to be a very good Hera civ. Get a huge eco lead and overpower your opponent with tons of units.
Frontus.
Meanwhile, MBL, Vietnamese, much less common of a pick on this map, but they're still such a good, well-rounded civ that they're going to be fine. Like, Romans are still the power pick, they're the more straightforward civ. Ah! Well, here he is. Also absconding with a sheep by the looks of things. Did he actually miss the other ones? 1 tile! He could have gotten 2 more sheepers. Anyway, Hera absolutely sees the boar being taken and isn't going to be able to do a whole heck of a lot for it right now. Even can pick up his own sheep on the way home. Oh, MB, gotta be careful. This is actually where it can be fun to go to Gaia's POV. I forgot. I keep on forgetting that they changed the silly UI. Only 1 boar? No, they're 2 boar now. There used to only be 1 boar, but 2 boar. Wait. I can hotkey stuff? And it gives me the fish. Oh, I can hotkey stuff. And it's always a fish. Interesting. But I just wish I could, without clicking anything on screen, I wish I could change POV. Because I used to be able to go Control-Shift F1, turn on Fog of War, and then I would go to Hera's POV. But I can't do that anymore, and I really don't know why they changed that. The Nilly border, it does not know. Oh, yeah, I was thinking it was 2. Yeah, it's only the 1 boar. Okay.
Salve.
Well, that's obviously not an ideal start. And of course, the Vietnamese bonus being used to full effect there. But, very good start for MBL. He got away as close to scot-free as possible. I mean, yeah, he took 2 hits, but that's it. Yeah, like I've been saying, Genovese Crossbowman, the entire tournament is on ladder maps. Well, resources collected in Dark Age when people are still gathering from boars usually doesn't matter that much because there's usually a lot of food on the villagers that hasn't been deposited yet. After the tourney? I mean, probably, yeah. They're like the 2 biggest ladder grinders out there.
Prontos.
Brontosaurus. Skirms in that? Well, I mean, everyone trains skirms on Arabia. Well, I mean, he's Romans, right?
Impera.
Anyway, Hera's fine. And, I'm sorry. I'd like to point out... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, McNeely. Uh-oh. If only I could manually remove players' Ornlu box. Noob mill? It's a weird mill. Some players prefer this. I am not one of them. Like, this is only an efficient mill if you really want good early food income when you have a ton of vills saturating the forage bushes, which is not the case here. Otherwise, just have the one vill on each side.
Prontus.
Salve.
Oh my god. Anyway, Hera still is very slightly behind in resources, which is never ideal for Romans. That said, MBL should just be opening scouts. Nope, what am I talking about? He's MBL and he's Vietnamese. He's opening skirms. Ornlu, aren't Romans likely to go scouts or men-at-arms as they're opening? Why would you want to open skirmishers? Yeah. What do I know, man? I love getting horse collar when you aren't going to have any farm seeded for a little bit, and Hera's not going to get horse collar, and he's going to start seeding farms.
Impera.
Anyway, scout scooting around. Okay, so 1 archer, and then he will be making some skirmishers behind it, because he is just now going on to gold right now.
Impera.
Still, overall res collected is going to be still very, very competitive, and Hera is doing just fine, all things considered.
Salve.
And Hera's going to have that mobility advantage with his scout cavalry. And I don't see MBL walling in those villagers. He's not walling in those villagers, and that could be a big problem for him. Units are coming forth, but I don't really feel too sold on this. Can quick ball. Well, he sure didn't do that the most effectively in the previous set. Ah, there we go. There we go. Getting housed at 30 and then grabbing a nice, cheap, fast researching wheelbarrow. Anyway, Hera doing everything very, very normal and standard this game. Nothing wild from him whatsoever. Anyway, we're going to be on 4 scouts. Actually, 5 scouts in the skirmisher here in just a moment. This is Rambian Viper. Yeah, they were designed for Norwegian players. I'm pretty sure I made that joke in my Woo video. Pretty sure.
Eus.
Alright, MBL just being a little bit annoying. The scouts and skirms are coming in, though, and they'll be able to clean up everything. Obviously, there's very little means for MBL to retreat. MBL is going to be behind by a couple vills, but he does have wheelbarrow. But you'd actually rather have the villagers at this point than wheelbarrow because you don't have any farms.
Salve.
Oh, scouts on the way. Wheelbarrow, I'm pretty sure you'd rather just have the vills. I mean, Hera is climbing ahead in resources. I mean, I know he's Romans, right? But at least until, like, you have like 8 or so farms, maybe, for Vietnamese. For the faster-moving villagers? Yeah, I don't know if that's worth it. Well, that was predictable. Hera eventually finding and cornering MBL's units that were on the field, and MBL at this point is going to be going into both scouts and archers. Versus scouts plus skirmishers. Generally speaking, I do prefer scout plus archer, but with the way that players can take fights these days, you need to make sure that the scouts are the focal point. Because the reason scout skirmisher tends to win is because your scouts beat the opponent's scouts because you've been making more scouts, and then the skirms basically just dive bomb the archers who have to fight and run away. Yeah, Hera should have a pretty brutal cast. Like, I mean, again, Hera's on 18 farms, guys. MBL's on 12. He's already ahead by like 150 to 200 bills. First round of farms, that's never stopped him in the past. No horse collar is not going to hurt. 150, yeah, I mean, around there, you know, 150 to 200 bills.
Prontus.
Like, yeah, Hera has 2,100 food left on his farms to 2,300 with Hera having, you know, 50% more farms. But his short-run food income is going to be so good that he's going to leverage to a significantly faster castle age timing. Unpop game? Yeah, it was like the map. Fete, where you get 500 Pop Turks against the Byzantines. And I literally have no idea how it's even possible to lose. I really... Yeah, I mean, Hera hasn't been producing units constantly. He's now picking up wheelbarrow. His income is going to be amazing. Already 300 resources ahead with the power of Hera. And Romans. They're both pretty darn good. And he should be clicking up in a pretty good time.
Salve.
And the armies are still even, right? Sure, Hera doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades. Oh, getting a market too. That's a little odd. So for this fight to work, guys, MBL needs to win the scout exchange. And I'm just not confident he can. He will get a vill here, which is certainly not bad. But remember, he is massively delaying the castle time. I mean, that's the sort of fight that you want, though. The archers are at the back. They're not running away from the skirmishers, but now the archers are running away from the skirmishers. So now the scouts have to take the fight at the front. Archers need to get the hits in onto the enemy scouts. MBL is actually taking this fight exactly as he needs to, guys. Wow. Guys, that was like actual AoE casting I did there. Who would have thunk it? More scouts coming in. Yeah, he needs to go to the wood line. Absolutely.
Pronto.
You don't want to be playing footsie at this point. You need to get damage done. Am I sick? Yeah.
Tibi servio. Impera.
Casting? I know, man. Kawasan? No, I already did my Kawasan complaining in the beginning of the series.
Eus.
I seriously think MBL could be throwing this game right here. Because Hera's going to get Castle Age soon. He's going to go double stable knights, and this feudal age army is going to become real obsolete real fast, and MBL is completely open at home. He's just playing footsie here instead of actually, you know, trying to kill Hera. At least force a defensive watchtower out of him. Hera was literally able to sell stone. MBL would never get ahead and then lose. Never. It's not in his vocabulary, guys. Anyway, he's probably going to go Cav Archers and Castle Age, which is certainly a good idea versus Romans. And Hera will likely go Knights plus Scorpions. I have no idea why he's refusing to fight here. Anyway, happy Castle Age to Hera. MBL does have a very slight resources lead for the time being. Huh. I'm a little surprised we're seeing the University in Bodkin. I thought he'd go for Knight upgrades. I mean, the Knights are the unit you want right now. They kill both of these units, no problem. And MBL's the one going for Knights. Why would you want to go Knights against Romans? Now, Hera still doesn't have anything here at home to really defend with. Is one Knight, but one Knight isn't going to be all that great. Well, never mind. That was basically perfect. And MBL, no idea about that wood line over there. Not the best scouting from him. Oh, that Phil, I think, was finished up a forge bush and then went to take the other forge bush, which put her in harm's way. Anyway, up free Castle Age. MBL does have 11 scouts. He's grabbing Light Cab and Bowsaw. Monastery as well. And Hera only has 2 knights. Again, I don't know why he focused so much on the skirmishers.
Impera.
Maybe he thought MBL was going Cav Archers?
Xin phụ mệnh. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Well, that's been discovered finally. Oh, Hera deleted all of those quick walls. 1 TC for each player. Again, I'm honestly really baffled as to why... I mean, I guess he just thought MBL would go Cav Archers, and to be fair, that's what I would do in MBL's position, but MBL is not doing that.
Tibi servio. Impera.
And Hera's assumptions could easily end up costing him. Yeah, Hera's in a terrible position. Guys, it is a lot of resources to go for all of those skirmisher upgrades when you're not even making that many skirmishers. MBL's just been only making Cav. Okay, now he's going to switch into the CA. But the slightly unorthodox play from MBL. Again, it's not like what MBL's doing is necessarily bad, but it kind of, in theory, would play into Hera's hands. That said, that was a great fight for Hera, but he's still behind in resources compared to MBL. Both players have had some pretty big scouting flubs this game, to be honest. Kind of like the way... It's interesting, right?
Salve.
I mean, he's making normal units for Vietnamese, but he's not making them in the typical order of operations.
Tibi servio. Salve.
And Hera honestly went on autopilot. Which can happen, right? Especially when you play so many AoE games that you think you know exactly what your opponent's going to do, and then they just do something that you don't expect. Anyway, Hera does have husbandry, MBL does not have husbandry. I don't know why Hera has husbandry, considering Romans don't have access to husbandry. Yeah, the 3 TCs feel kind of excessive. Guys, remember on Crater when MBL was on 3 TCs? And Hera was on 1, and Hera looked super dead. But then he just made a bunch of units with a Civ that had a generically fantastic eco.
Impera.
He just killed it with Knight plus Pikeman. I mean, Hera's getting more Knight upgrades. Yeah, I mean, Hera knows he needs to go 1 TC. If you look at Hera's scouting at this point, he sees at least the 2 TCs from his opponent. He knows he took some eco losses. And then he'll likely see the 3rd TC in the back. Little bit of an overchop. Oh, not even an overchop. That was just never going to be fully walled. Making army. Well, he is making 2 knights and 2 cav archers, so that falls under my definition of making army. Also, MBL is much more successfully countering attacking here with light cav as opposed to camels, as light cav are obviously better rating units than camels. So a couple more dead villagers there for Hera. Looks like MBL maybe lost 1 to Hera losing 2 knights, so that's still good for MB. Remember, guys, game 5 is on Socotra. The better player?
Eus.
I mean, yeah, but tournaments aren't about who is the overall better player. It's who plays the better series that day. The overall better player isn't something that's really ever measured in any one tournament, unless it's like a huge tournament that people spend a long time prepping for, and there's like, you know, double elimination bracket and all that stuff for a group stage. Game, you know what I mean, guys, come on. You guys keep on expecting competence from me, like I'm somehow ever going to deliver it to you guys. Anyway, this is going to be a much, much better fight for MBL. To his credit, absolutely learning from the mistakes of the Crater game. 1000%. He also has 2 relics. Really great to see there from MBL. And Hera, again, his response to the lame was actually perfect. Hera never really fell that far behind to the lame. His extra incompetency? There you go. But it really was that Castle Age transition that Hera got the exact wrong order of upgrades and prioritized, again, the exact wrong units. Full-on Night Skirt for Hera. This looks very similar to his game with Chimera. Again, insane eco, knights with bloodlines and husbandry. Weirded out? I mean, to be fair, when I'm casting for a lot of viewers, I definitely try harder to do a more professional cast. But especially as it's really only the regulars who are here, I mean, we might as well have some fun with it. Couple knights trying to bleed through over here. MBL is going to chase them with his own knights. It is a very defensively minded play, and I think Hera's original plan was to add eco. But he was just really caught off guard by MBL. Which, I mean, it happens, right? Hera is the best player in the world. He's not literally a perfect AoE player, right? Anyway, this is going to be a decisive win, and we're going to go to Game 7. Which means, guys, that if MBL didn't absolutely throw one of these 3 games, he would win the set. Because that game, guys, like, the Jurchen's game, we can be like, okay, Hera was trying something and it didn't work out. This game, Hera didn't do anything fancy. Like game number 1, Hera just played well. But he just made a few critical mistakes that MBL was able to punish. It's funny, this game and the first game have been the only two games that have been very sort of standard, more meta-oriented games, and they've been the two games that MBL, of all people, has won. MBL, absolutely, he just played better that game. And again, that's like a knock on Hera. Also, everybody has lost their own map so far. Critical mistake. I don't know what to tell you other than the fact that he absolutely made a critical mistake that game. Oh boy, guys. Score. I'm sorry. I told you to take the wizard's staff. Guys, this final matchup is truly one between good and evil. Anyway, that was the Romans losing to the Vietnamese. Alright, guys, what is the matchup between good and evil here? Tell me the Civ matchup. What in your mind would I mean by good versus evil? The arena game was the biggest throw by far. The ghosts versus the honorless? Indeed. Indeed, it is Goths Khitans. I mean, Goths are definitely a chaos civ. Are Goths chaotic good or chaotic evil? To be fair, Goths are probably chaotic evil. Yeah. But so is MBL's, right? So the lineup there is perfect. Their own category of evil. Alright, guys. We are here on Socotra. It's kind of weird, because Socotra is literally a smaller map than the average map. Like, in terms of tiles. It just feels so weird to me. No, wait, it says it's 120. Why does it looks like a smaller map, though? Regardless. MBL, Cyan Goths here, of course, doing the thing. And this is absolutely... honestly, guys, I would recommend doing this on every game of Socotra. Just take your elephant right away. Do not bother with it potentially getting lamed. Hey, oh, he didn't see the elephant. Wow, that's kind of surprising. MBL already 21 seconds idle time, though. Oh, jeez. Hera gonna have to pick up Bloom as well, though. Gonna help out MBL a little bit. But Hera just needs to send one more Vil. Alright, I mean, obviously MBL Scout has more HP here. I don't know what that was all about. Well, I mean, MBL did not kill a Vil. And now Hera's taking wood, so already this looks like a great early game for him. Remember, though, that there is no Dark Age bonus for the Khitans anymore. I mean, their Feudal Age is still going to be insane. Khitan's one of the best full Feudal civs, in fact. But not so much in the Dark Age. Which is honestly a pretty nice way of distinguishing them from Mongols, right? Khitans and Mongols, two very similar civs, historically and in terms of gameplay. Anyway, 8 HP versus 6 HP. And all those ostriches are going to get lamed. No surprise there. Shank, shank, shank it. Shank, shank, shank it. MBL didn't take his elephant. MBL knows about his elephant, right? Right, chat? MBL definitely knows about his own elephant. Am I right, chat, or am I right? Okay, Bill's gonna need to go home pretty soon, though. I would not recommend her still hanging around. Yeah, still, it's exactly one villager worth of idle time. Now, again, he would essentially be a villager ahead with his, you know, his loom bonus. But Khitons are going to be a significantly better feudal age soon. And honestly, Khiton men-at-arms, guys, Khiton men-at-arms sound pretty darn good against Goths, backed by a good food eco. With Jurchens, I still don't think Jurchens are going to be that great on this map. They still fizzle out too fast.
Yeah.
Ja.
Hey, yeah.
Oh, gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Alright, mill coming in. Res collected, still going to be in favor of Hera. Apply to bills? Yes, it does. It applies to everything. Well, except secondary arrows. Yeah, for some reason, secondary arrows are literally the only thing in AoE that does damage that isn't affected by high ground. So, for instance, Castle fires 5 arrows. Only one of those arrows gets elevation bonus. The same goes for towers. And for towers, it's the secondary arrows that do all the bonus damage, which is why elevation doesn't matter in a tower war, because the primary arrow is going to deal 1 damage anyway, because towers have pierce armor. Learning with Ornlu. Well, militia are on their way, but Hera's going to click up to feudal age, and this looks like my Socotra games at this point. At least I'm somewhat worried about that for MBL, in that my Socotra games typically involve me trying to go for some sort of Dark Age chicanery, and then I end up just dying to a fast feudal age archer build. Anyway, the Milita are on their way. Hera gonna click up the... no, not yet. Let's play with the feudal age. He's good. MBL not gonna be anywhere near it. And I feel like Hera just goes archers, right? Build a mining camp here in the back, you can wall to the TC, and you're probably good. When shooting at repair bills? Yes, it does. So fletching is still generally speaking good, and of course it gives you the extra range, which is very often relevant. So I'm not going to sit here and say don't get fletching when you're going for a tower rush, man. Perks on the way. And I mean, Hera's food income isn't very good right now, you know? But he's still at 276 in the bank, which is pretty reasonable. And this is so much here for MBL that is forward and not getting him to feudal age. I feel like Hera's actually in an amazing position. This feels like a build or a play that's designed to keep Hera from getting up to feudal age, and Hera is just up to feudal age. Like, is there any real downside to Hera's position at this point? Not much. Although I do like taking the forward forage bushes. That's cute. Yeah, I mean, you just go for archery range and fast training skirms. MBL gonna click up now, at the very least. 50 seconds idle time to 29. Res collected still a little bit better for Hera. Yeah, he's far behind in bills right now, but it's likely gonna be more efficient. Double bit axe on its way. MBL don't run into the TC. Anyway, skirmisher is queued on up. Still 2020. Yeah, these days it just feels like there are no downside to the super fast uptime builds. This is bold. And Hera does not have a blacksmith yet, so no fletching. And before fletching, it's just 1 damage to the militia from the skirmishers, of course. Of which MBL is still queuing up more of. 10%. I mean, adjusting something as fundamental as uptime feels very scary to me. But it's something that should at least be considered. I would even think you would be called a young fool if you tried to go for not a fast uptime on an open map. Oh, it's a lot. I mean, Hera needs to get fletching. Anyway, yeah, here we go. This is the Dak Prescott special. All right, defensive tower coming in here for Hera. It will be sufficient to protect him for now. And at the very least, MBL is getting his men-at-arm upgrade. But with fletching in, guys, the skirms are going to become a lot better versus the swordsmen. Yeah, this is still fine for Hera. MBL going to come in with his own range, but let me tell you guys about a little unit called the Skirmisher. I wonder if non-elite Skirmisher should deal -1 bonus damage to infantry. Because now that Royal Heirs is in the game, you can do that. Like, technically, you can do that. Then you can add 1 more damage to Spearmen to keep it the same, so that Skirmishers... Oh, no, they don't heal him. They just deal less damage. Anyway, this tower doesn't feel very scary, and Hera's got all the resources he needs. He's ahead in resources. I mean, to be fair, that's not going to do a whole heck of a lot. You're too funny here. Got it wrong? Yeah. Okay, Hera tried to bleed in there, which would be insanely good for him, but nope. Skirm counter? Well, I mean, scouts exist, but I think that men-at-arms should be a much better unit against skirmishers than they currently are. To compensate? Oh, so it's just 1 damage? I guess that's something you could do. But I feel like it would be less intrusive just to give them -1 damage versus infantry, and then 1+1 more damage against the Spearman. That's because Hera is so far ahead. I mean, come on, guys. Look at this nonsense. Let's see the food collected difference. Uh-huh, we're already at 400 more food collected for Hera. Like, this is just silly. You're not going anywhere in this game as MBL. Yeah, but Skirms already only deal 1 damage to Vils with Loom. Guys, he's clicking up to Castle Age. This game is insanely over. I'm saying insanely too much, whatever. He's gonna make like 1 step Lancer, guys. What, you're gonna go into a Skirm war against Ketons? Insanely sloppy casting indeed. Hera's eco balance is so good. Happened to make skirms this good? Players micro with ranged units went up through the roof, and pathfinding for melee units went down through the basement. Ketons being good? Well, I don't even necessarily think... I mean, Ketons are extremely good, of course. But I feel like this is also a matter of MBL doing the wrong strategy on this map. Fast tutelage into skirmishers is just so good against any sort of militia-based opening. But like I said, MBL, if he didn't throw one of those other games, he wins this series. You can't go Huskarls here. Obviously, the Step Lancers are going to be good against those. Hare's already getting Iron Casting. Also, I don't see how you're surviving until Castle Age. Again, if Hera didn't have a defensive gold, it would be much more problematic for him, but he did have a defensive gold. So he could just wall to the TC like this. Yeah, I couldn't take his forage bushes, but he still had enough room to do what he needed to. And the Men-at-Arms just cannot take good fights against skirmishers to save their lives. Again, what stops Hera from doing this? Yeah, there isn't anything for MBL to do. Like, again, I think that his strategy is just bad. It was for a different era. Hera prevents the almost reverse sweep and takes the series 4-3 and will move on to the semifinals. I mean, look at that, guys. 1,200 more food collected. You just put all the bills on food and wood, and then all you need is just enough gold to click up to Castle Age. Pastures are doing their thing. Unfortunately, that was a definitely an underwhelming final game. Now, again, the Khitan Pastures are probably still silly, probably, but I'm just not too sure. If Hera was a completely generic Civ, I still think MBL loses that game. Nope, we have TaToH versus Liereyy. Another very good series, in fact. Yep, they're live. Okay, before I switch up the scoreboard, we're going to see who's on which side of the draft. That's what we're going to do, guys. And that's called being smart. But yeah, thanks so much for watching, everybody. I'm going to take a quick break. We don't have a draft or anything yet. But yeah, I'm going to go get some lunch. Be back in a minute.
We are back. We are back, back.
And had issues. Okay. So I guess these are racks. Oh my goodness, guys. These headphones? Oh, a while. I don't know, a year, maybe more. Alrighty. So Lierey's going to be on the left. Whoa, what the heck? Alrighty. So we are starting on Kawasan, Mr. Ornlu. Oh boy. Hmm? Gotta love the classic RAR files of games. Okay, so it looks like this is a two-part game number one, by which there was a drop somewhere. This will be the last quarterfinal. Nope. Camera is exactly the same. It's the way bonus is really weird because Bengalis exist, which is basically a better version of it. Alrighty, guys, so game number one here it is going to be on Kawasan, Mr. Ornlu. And it will feature TaToH in the red as the Malians to the southwest and to the northeast. I would say the favorite in this series, it will be Liereyy as the Georgians. All right. This pond is very weird. It's just like a flat line.
Yeah, Hera won 4-3. MBL should have won the series, though. I mean, that last game was never going to look close, but it should have been a game earlier. It was like how the Pacers should have won versus the Thunder. Ketones helped Hera, but I don't think he was going to win in any way. The game looks very similar if he's Shu. Alright. Doc already in for Liereyy, certainly making good use of the free mill cart, getting the early wood income. And they're docking the same pond, so oh boy, get hyped. Sorry guys, but obviously I'm eating lunch. But I think it's fair that I'm allowed to eat lunch. Do Geary? Why Geary? Liberatory politics? Oh, yeah. Hello, Mini Wolskis. I said I'm eating lunch, guys! I'm sorry, I'm eating lunch! Alright, Liereyy does have the faster uptime here. Going to be what? Exactly one villager sooner? Onigiri. Just have a rice ball as his portrait. TaToH's doing the same thing MBL did. Now, MBL won Kawasan. Wait. Guys, this is looking exactly like the first game of the day. What? Are you so happy with the Banhammer? SMH. Now, I do feel like the MBL did waste several demos in Feudal Age, to be fair. Yeah, I wonder if TaToH and MBL practiced together. Uh-oh. Come on, mouse. Alright. Well, this is predictable. I almost swallowed a very large pretzel.
Who won? But yeah, Hera won. Guys, why does this game look exactly the same? What the heck? Look at this, Liereyy being greedy, trying to add in a few more fishing ships. Okay. Hera did not add the second dock, whereas Liereyy did. And there is a dead bill from Liereyy. So Liereyy has lost the 2 villagers. Actually start to ban. Oh no! I thought gods couldn't electrocute themselves. What HP? Well, TaToH doing great here on this side of the water. Yeah, oh, unfortunately he does. You play with lightning all day. Well, 2-bill lead at this point for Liereyy, entirely in fishing ships. 5 Fisky Mothers here. And both are similar in terms of resources. I mean, TaToH has the barracks and a spearman. It really doesn't matter. Liereyy looking great. Looking great. Wouldn't it be amazing, guys, if this tournament's top 4 were Hera, Liereyy, Yo, and then another random player because Viper didn't sign up for this one? Alright, Liereyy is going to go for the range plus blacksmith. And he's going to click up in just a moment, and is going to do so faster than his TaToH. I mean, TaToH with a lot of investment here. Remember, guys, 2 docks on this pond from both players. 2 docks on this pond for Liereyy, only 1 from TaToH. So Lierey's able to make much less of an investment over here to decisively win water. And he had more fishing ships working sooner. So that's like a double advantage for him. I thought Stone said we're a measurement of weight. As we all know, that stones are uniform in shape and size. Just like feet are uniform in shape and size. Alright, so again, TaToH's, he's only 30 seconds slower. It's not like the end of the world for him, but Lierey's probably going to go Cav Archer Series because Urtins are, of course, a Cav Archer Civ. What the heck? No idea what's going on. TaToH going to go for the double stable for his part. What is going on with my mouse, man? It keeps on disconnecting. Come on, mouse. Oh no, I think there's something wrong with my mouse. No matter what USB... No, it's a wired mouse. No matter what USB port I put it in, it seems like it will just disconnect sometimes for a little bit. Well, that's actually a very well-positioned scout for TaToH. Yeah, it's all plugged in properly. Mouse cable? No, he did not. Dash is not actually very destructive at all. Nice kill there for TaToH. I mean, TaToH is at 6 villagers killed to 2, but he's still slightly behind in eco. And of course, 6 of TaToH's army is in useless ships, whereas only 2 of Lierey's army is in useless ships. Now, of course, a fortified church in the middle of the map is going to be really, really good for that forage or collection rate. For a second, I'm like, guys, why aren't TaToH's cav archers shooting at Liereyy? I'm like, wait a minute, those are Lierey's cav archers. Guys, I'm really smart. You guys have no idea how smart I am. Siege Workshop and Monastery both coming in. TaToH looking to pressure the middle, but Lierey's the one with the high ground, and he's going to have this fortified church here. 6 fishing ships to 3, but again, Lierey's were working longer. That said, TaToH now has the slight lead in terms of resources, and he is 6 villagers ahead. Although Liereyy has Bowsaw, and he's going to have this Georgian fortified church, and he will get the relics in just a moment. The lonely house. An abandoned house? No, a Saracen ambush. Well, there's the university there to block for a bit, but TaToH still can't comfortably take this fight. Again, TaToH's army looks a lot scarier than it actually is because of these fire ships and galley. Just doesn't do that much. Got a couple Scorpions here. We've got the first Siege Workshop now coming in from Liereyy, and that's a double Scorpion shot. Very, very nice. Very nice. And that build's going to have to escape for now. Siege Workshop going to be built much closer to the town center, but 3 relics in already, and that... Okay, there's the drop. And we're back. Fourth relic, and remember that the fortified church is going to shoot arrows constantly without having any villagers garrisoned because of the silly relics. So again, despite Liereyy being a little bit behind in terms of resources, I really like his position. He's got the relics. Actually, where's the last one? What? Is the map bugged? Oh no, TaToH got it. Okay. Okay, well still, 4 relics for Liereyy. Very, very good for him. That's going to be a very sad monk. And TaToH, I mean, he's going to struggle here. He's on 1 TC versus the 2. He has no presence in the middle of the map. Liereyy has Georgian Eco to work with. TaToH gets 2 conversions. Let's go! I mean, he should be able to punch in here, but he might not want to commit that deep. He might not want to delve too greedily and too deep. Ballistic's gonna be in here for the Scorpions. Nobody mining stone. I mean, it's Liereyy. He never mines stone. Scorpions get some hits in here, but 3 Scorpions versus this number of Cav Archers. Yeah, it's probably fine for Liereyy, especially nice splitting up there. Ballistics is now in, but the Mangonel's going to be here to help out as well. Monks are going to be having a very rough day, and TaToH's army is going to be kaput. So that was terrible targeting from the Scorpions. And remember, on top of having regenerating cavalry, you also have the monk, so it doesn't really matter here if the cav archers take a bit of damage. That said, TaToH knows where his opponent's army is, so he's going to try and use the opportunity to push the middle, but TaToH's still behind in army anyway. There's Siege Workshop number 2 coming in here for TaToH. And remember, only +1 defense and bloodlines on the knights. Not very good upgrades. I mean, TaToH's gonna need to take an exceptionally good fight here, and I'm not too sure how he plans on doing that. It's 3 mangonels for Liereyy. Yeah, remember when I said TaToH needed to take an exceptional fight? That was not the setup I was thinking of. Owie. Owie, owie, owie. Yeah, this game feels pretty over. Again, where's TaToH going in this game? Somehow still slightly ahead in resources, although this might be bugged with the drop. But Lierey's gonna have handcart in, he's got horse collar, he also has bowsaw. Bane barding armor is on its way, but this is still just a very sad game number 1 for TaToH. Guys, how are those mangonels gonna stay alive? Oh, danger close! Oh, jeez, guys. This should be GG soon, I hope. I mean, come on! Nightwear Camel? I don't think so. Liereyy just clicks up to Imp. I don't know, guys. Something tells me that Lierey's gonna win this game of Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. He's getting ballistics. I mean, yeah, Georgian and CA aren't the greatest in late game, but it's fine. This strategy in LG? As in the hardware company? Like TVs and washing machines and stuff? That LG? The Korean one? Well, 1 minute now to Imperial Age. Oh, GL! Oh my goodness. I was like, what the heck are you talking about? Normally I'm pretty good at interpreting what you guys are vomiting on your keyboards, but I screwed up there. I don't know if this was a GL strat. I mean, MBL did the exact same thing, and he's sure as heck isn't GL. Now, Harris was pretty different. No, it's fine. Okay, GG called. 10% more efficient in eco for Liereyy. I mean, he just never lost anything. But like I said, the stats might be a little skewed. Liereyy cruising his way so far through the tournament. Another game of Kawasan in the books. Malians losing to Georgian, so that was the last pick versus the second pick. Alright, I am going to bring my lunch dishes down real quick. I'll be right back. All right. E. 1 sec, rec 2. Mullions win, that's just circumstantial. Mullions are a very good civ. Although they're not, like, super OP. But that game wasn't really won by Georgians, it was won by Liereyy. You reverse the civs and it looks very similar. Alright. Of course, we don't really know what the map is until we get into it, and here we go, guys. Well, they are a hard civ to play. Which is kind of funny, for a civ that has a, you know, very broad tech tree, and 2 very sort of generally good eco bonuses. It's, I mean, I like Mullions, right? You have to put some thinking in, especially when you make your transitions, because you just don't have an overwhelming military bonus of any kind. And your eco, although good, it's not, like, that overwhelming. Anyway, Liereyy gonna be in the blue as the Bohemond. Just kidding, that's Sicilians. This is the Bohemians. And we're on Fortress, of course, here, and TaToH gonna be the Red Burgundians. Whoa, a little bit of lag there. Grinding hard. I mean, they're a good civ to sort of play in tons of different settings. Like, Mullions are rarely a bad civ. I mean, the worst setting for Mullions is Black Forest, where they're not the best for sure. But they're good basically, or at least playable basically everywhere else. And even then, they're not hopeless on BF, they're just not that good. Anyway, Burgundians versus Bohemians. Who you taking, kiddos? This is a matchup that I love for Burgundians on Arena. Yeah, they have SO and bombard cannons. It's just usually there are other civs that do what they do better. That's really it.
Bonjour.
But of course, this isn't Arena. It is the other one, Fortress. So, on the one hand, guys, we have Fortress is much more likely to make it to late game, like post-imp, than is Arena, which is in theory good for the Bohemians, as they have the better post-imp. But the map is also much more open than Arena, which in theory is good for Burgundians. So I'm not too sure how the dynamics of this matchup are going to work, honestly, on RF specifically. Designed as well as Mullions? Oh yeah, Mullions are very well designed, so. Both of the African civs, I think, are very well designed. I just think that Ethiopians are a little undertuned. Well, actually, I think Ethiopians are fine. I just think that they need to nerf some of the better civs. 8 on wood? It's 8 on wood with double bit axe. And 2 lumber camps. Well, I meant, like, literal African civs. The sub-Saharan African civs, right? The ones that have the architecture set of Mullions. Okay, I don't think so. Wait, oh, he is cooking. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. He's going for a feudal boom. Power creep? I definitely talked about that in State of the Civs.
I know.
Like, I don't think there's anything I'd change to Ethiopians to make them better. I just would make other civs worse. Even their Shotels and Camels are both very useful in certain situations now, with the change to royal eras. Right, I have no idea if this is good from TaToH, but I'm gonna trust in TaToH that he has figured this out to some degree.
I know.
I think we just all need to hashtag believe in TaToH. Bloodlines, but no husbandry or second armor. The memes? Eh. But not every civ needs to do cav, right?
Co žádáš?
Malay work just fine as a civ that don't do cav normally.
I know.
But I do think that too many civs are able to do cavalry units too effectively. Because again, back in my day, very few civs could actually pull off the like eco plus cav combo. I meant like traditional cavalry, not the elephants.
Zdaš Bůh? Co žádáš?
Sí. Jsem připraven. Žádáš.
Žádáš. Well, let's see how things are going to stand with these two by the time of TaToH adding in extra town centers.
Vos orders?
Pozornost?
Yeah, Ethiopians are not a civ I would be too worried about addressing, even though they're not picked very often. Pointless validation. There you go, Romful. Yeah, just a little bit of idle time there as TaToH realizes he needs one more vill before clicking up, but I mean, he is going to be an entire Castle Age research time behind his opponent. Yes, his resources are better right now, but I imagine Lierey's just going to plop down 2 TCs and probably a monastery without a care in the world. He can buy another 100 wood, no problem. To afford all that, there's 1 banana, and there's the monastery. I mean, I'd buy a little more wood if I were Liereyy. But obviously I am not Liereyy. What do I know, man? Yeah, Ethiopians can get a really nice fast castle time.
Ha. Bonjour.
One of the more underrated aspects for them is a team game pocket.
Ano.
I mean, yeah, Frank's got 1 nerf. And again, Franks basically fell into irrelevancy at the same time Georgians were added, because Georgians were just better Franks.
Jsem připraven.
People said that Franks were OP. Ha 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 ha! Also, the meta became focused on cav archers and skirmishers. Yes, Torsion Engine Siege is very, very good. Okay, so 40 seconds to Castle Age for TaToH. He'll have no problem adding in extra TCs. Yeah, I mean, I joke about it all the time, Metroid. I literally don't get it. They're harder to play than a lot of the other civs, which I understand. And that's going to push down their win rate on ladder, but they're still picked constantly in tournaments. And the civ is still, in my opinion, well overtuned, at least as far as the Monaspa goes. Historically beat TaToH? I would say, yeah, he's still slightly favored against them. What do Burgundians have against Halb Hofnitsa? The same thing that most civs have against Halb Hofnitsa. Crying on the forums about power creep and how Bohemians are a poorly balanced civ. The way that TaToH wins this game is not based on composition, guys. It's about timing. And it's about transitions. Burgundians have a way better early Imperial Age than Bohemians do. Because remember, until Hofnitsa comes in, and Hofnitsa's expensive, you're not really that great canon-wise as Bohemians, where Burgundians, they just get their bonus right away. The meal cart bonus I actually really like. I think it's one of the more interesting bonuses in the game.
Si.
Bonjour.
I'm not even sure how OP the church bonus is, if at all. But it's a civ that has way too much. But yes, the classic civs are, in generally speaking, not as good of straights unless your name is Japanese or Persians to an extent. Yeah, I mean, I think this, in my experience, and I have a lot of experience with this matchup, both casting and playing it, on Arena, is that Bohemians just die in early to mid-Imperial Age to Burgundians constantly, because the Burgundians have the better eco and the better early Imperial Age, so that's oftentimes a completely oppressive combo. And why we actually see Bohemians tend to play very clown-like against Burgundians, because the Burgundians don't love the clowny games. Well, Magyars are still the top-tier aggressive civ. Yes, castles have literally always given pop space.
Jsem připravena. Co žádáš?
I mean, Magyars are definitely much closer to balanced. But, I mean, they're still a go-to civ on aggressive maps.
Bonjour.
If anything, they're being slightly power crept by Romans. And that's because Romans are, again, like... It's like... Old-school Vikings were a more difficult civ to play than Romans. And Vikings were a very easy civ to play. It's like, okay, you have a good eco, and then you go archers. And then you rely on that timing. Magyar things better? They're probably being power crept by Ketons a little bit. Yeah, that's true, now that I think about it. Anyway, Lycav doing their job right here from TaToH, very nicely done. I know, it's honestly a little bit frustrating. And people like Romans because Rome. But... And again, they're a very easy civ to play. But like... Franks are a super straightforward civ, right? And that's okay. Not every civ in AoE 2 needs to be super complicated. But Franks are only super straightforward in doing one thing, which is obviously cavalry. And even then, it's mostly just knights. Where a lot of the challenge comes in with playing Franks is when you have to do other things to mix in with the knights, and that's mostly at the higher levels. With Romans, it's like you have the most obvious, easy to use eco bonus and can do several different things.
Ano?
Georgians and Ketons, because I don't want to keep on power creeping civs. Not every civ needs Bracer. Not every civ needs, everything, right? Civs need to be defined by their weaknesses as much as they are defined by their strengths. Best military bonuses in the game? Yep. Anyway, guys, this is classic Burgundian stuff. Looks like TaToH. Honestly, is he doing his bill? He's gonna get a good imp time. But he is behind in eco as Burgundians relative to Bohemians, which feels like that should not be the case. Liereyy also with handcard in already.
Si.
But like, again, in AOC, very, most civs had Bracer, but a higher percentage of civs didn't have Bracer than what we have today. Redemption coming in for the monks, interestingly. Maybe a bit worried about the Hussite wagons. And obviously, I mean, you're making siege at some point as Bohemians. It's kind of what they do. Anyway, Lierey's just going to go right into Halbhofnitsa. Might need to rely on some monks to help him stay alive for a while. Are pretty balanced. Wu are not balanced because the Jian Swordsman is a silly unit. And they're still too good on hybrid maps. Wei and Shu are both reasonably balanced, if not underpowered. They're just kind of boring. They don't really bring anything new to the table, in my opinion. Gurchins, I think, are actually a very well-designed and fun civilization. And Ketons are Ketons. Yeah, definitely paladining. Maybe eventually. I wonder if this is even a Cousillier matchup. Because what you tend to do against Bohemians is you want to open skirmishers most of the time because Bohemians are either opening skirms themselves or they're opening pikemen. And against Burgundians, you're probably opening pikemen, and that's exactly what Lierey's doing. Actually was. I mean, I think that Urchins are still a civ that need to be figured out a little bit more. But Siege Engineers and Castle is fairly expensive, of course. Of course, the cannonry has begun. Got chemistry on the way to Imperial Age, did Liereyy, as Bohemians are wont to do. Vineyards on the way here for TaToH, but Lierey's still ahead in resources. Again, this shouldn't be a thing. Bohemians should not have a better eco than do Burgundians. Which really makes me think that TaToH's build is a little bit scuffed. Lierey's yeah, yes. Honestly, though, guys, it's entirely on him. Relics on Fortress can spawn very, very far in the corner of the map. It's something that you'll realize if you play the map a lot. Is it funny? Oh, I mean, yeah, that's always how Chinese are. And that is okay. Again, not every civ needs to be good at lower levels, whereas every civ does need to be competitive at higher levels. Because again, that's where tournaments come in, that's where the balance of the game is truly important. Anyway, Hope Needs on its way, and it feels like TaToH's taking too long here. Again, you're ahead... You're just ahead as Bohemians. Which really shouldn't be a thing. I mean, I would like to see the Three Kingdoms civs not in ranked anymore, but... I mean... Might as well complain that, you know, the sky is falling. We're not gonna get it. No real point in complaining about it anymore. Again, Burgundians should be up to 200 population faster with a better economy. Liereyy able to take control of the middle with a very nicely placed castle. Even crop rotation for TaToH, man. Rotate those crops, baby. Remember, guys, this is not Regicide, so no king sniping. Now, of course, Burgundian Bombards are very good themselves. They actually have the same base damage as the Hofnitsa. It's just the Hofnitsa have all their other bonuses, right? Wagenborg Tic Tacs coming in. TaToH trying to pressure here on the side. Liereyy still with more villagers. More ranges here for TaToH. Hand cannons, I still probably prefer Burgundian hand cannoneers in like a big straight up shootout, although the Bohemian ones moving faster is really, really helpful too. Worse than Chinese overall, it is fairly ironic, but probably for the best. As much as I miss Chinese having their old tech tree, I think that them having Fire Lancers and not camels is probably for the best. Anyway, 5 cannons here for each player. You cannot two-shot Trebs with the Hofnitsa. That would be super OP. Nope, Lierey's doing just fine. And TaToH's gonna need to slowly transition into his late game. It's just, you know, the best late game units for Burgundians are cavalry, seeing as they're a cavalry civ and all. Whereas those Bohemian Halbs are gonna be very, very good against them. Looks like that outpost will likely find the final relic. So it will be 3-2 in favor of Liereyy. Oh, look at that perfect little pinwheel, guys. Looks great. Yeah, if TaToH's going to win this game, guys, he is just going to need to do it with better late-game decision-making, and better late-game decision-making by a decent amount, because Liereyy has mechanically outplayed TaToH quite significantly. Again, 3,000 resources ahead with the Civ with the worst eco. 45 wall, let's go. Lierey's on 11 Hofnitze. How does Capture Age work? You launch the software, and when you jump into a game, it launches Capture Age. It's really not complicated. Remember, us casters are generally not the most smart, tech-savvy people in the world, so it needs to be pretty idiot-proof. And especially Capture Age also now being available to the general public. Anyway, Liereyy only has 14 halbs, which is obviously not that insane. Again, I'm saying insane too much. I wouldn't hate to maybe see some Custelier or maybe Paladins. Kind of like Custelier here, though. Get a very gold-efficient unit. I like the 20 less gold a pop for the Custelier in this situation. And besides, you're especially using them to snipe siege weapons, where the charge attack is especially useful. Anyway, TaToH trying to play the chess game and outmaneuvering Liereyy. He does snipe one castle, although Liereyy still has several more, whereas TaToH only has the 2 castles, and well, homie ain't gonna stay alive that long with that many Hofnitze. Oh, Jesus. Guys? Remember when I said that if TaToH's gonna win this game, it's gonna be with better late-game decision-making? And he'd have to do it by a reasonable amount. Because his opponent had the better Civ and the better position. TaToH is winning. He is, again, strategically outplaying Liereyy here, which, on the one hand, you could be like, well, Ornlu, if you expect a player to win in a post-imp, they need to strategically outplay their opponent. But, again, TaToH was in a reasonably bad situation. I mean, he's still behind in resources as Burgundians compared to Bohemians. And Liereyy has fully upgraded Halb Hofnitze. Well, I guess he's missing Blast Furnace, but almost fully upgraded Halb Hofnitze. TaToH, whose cannons are slower, by the way, and have less range, is still able to apply good pressure to his opponent. Architecture and Hoarding's coming in. It's... Oh, this outpost was never built for Liereyy. Unfortunate. I mean, you do have Burgundian vineyards, right? So, in theory, in a super grindy game, you do actually have a nice little advantage as the Burgundians. At 12 bombard cannons. Now, Lierey's back up to 10 Hofnitze, which are still just better or equal in every way to the Burgundian bombard cannons. Equal damage, but more blast radius for the Hofnitze. And then Hofnitze have better stats in every other regard, except range and melee armor, I suppose. Or attack speed. My point remains. Alright, Bodkin coming in. They're trying to get those walls back up. Nice little raid here from TaToH, though. He himself actually needs Blast Furnace. They're going to take that gold over there, so both players have gotten a neutral gold so far. Honestly, good multitasking. Oh, but Liereyy taking the good fight there. That's 3 dead bombard cannons to, like, 2 Hofnitze. Those are sad traps. Great attack round there from Liereyy. Kill the 2 birds with 1 stone and all that. Yeah, Blast Furnace would very much help those Hussars, though. Halb are the least useful? Well, Halb are the least consistent. Halbs either do an insane amount of damage. Again, I'm saying that too much. Halbs either do a fantastic amount of damage or nothing. We do need to see some range hits here from TaToH to help protect his bombard cannons. But again, TaToH is playing the unit positioning battle better. He's also catching up in resources here. Lierey's villager count has dropped a bit. He's 47 bills killed by TaToH this game. Oh. Now, in terms of pure post-imp, I don't know how much I'd prefer Liereyy over TaToH or TaToH over Liereyy. It feels like a pretty even matchup to me, just based off of my years of casting them. Oh, nice hit there for Liereyy. Again, that's where the extra movement speed really helps. In Fortress, it usually crashes. Oh, I've never had that problem. Fired by other trash units? Yes. I mean, skirms do counter them, right? But it's not as dramatic. Anyway, those are some very efficient fights for Liereyy, and he's at 13 Hofnitsa, 56 Halbs, and 15 hand cannoneers. So he's still getting the army comp he needs. Guard tower? Okay, sure, why not? Still, now you're running into the issue, TaToH, that you need to actually kill Lierey's army somehow, and that's going to be exceptionally difficult. Because this Liereyy kid has pretty good micro. In case you were not aware. Liereyy has 2 castles, TaToH has 2 castles. This castle's obviously been repaired a ton, 11,000 damage taken on that guy. And TaToH trying to intercept some reinforcements, but Liereyy has replaced all of his dead vills with army, pretty much. And Hofnitsa, again, they're just better than anything Burgundians can make. Quick walls. Feels like a lot of work. And it's not really the thing I enjoy making. That feels more like a T90 or Nilly thing. But quick walls were not... Quick walls were at least popularized at the higher level by Viper. Because they required a degree of APM that most people did not have at the time. Castle goes down, guys, but the Hofnitsa numbers have been reduced drastically. And now, of course, TaToH, having way more vills, is much better able to replace it. There's the guard tower, guys. Love it. Random freaking guard tower. That's it. Liereyy still has a lot of resources. And I don't love that TaToH only has 1 castle.
I know.
Res Destroy should also be nicely in favor of Liereyy, and it is actually hugely in favor of Liereyy. Gonna be forcing his opponent off that stone. There is TaToH. But we also have to remember that villagers cost 50 food and hussars cost 80 food. So TaToH's killed 85 vills this game. Has he lost more than 85 hussars? It's probably fairly comparable. And TaToH has lost way more bombard cannons than Liereyy has lost Hofnitsa. Which isn't really that much of a knock on TaToH's play because it's very, very, very difficult to kill Hofnitsa with basically any civ. As long as they have some Hal buddies to protect them. Oh my god! Did I just caster curse Liereyy? That is a game-winning fight. I mean, I don't know necessarily if TaToH is going to win the game at this point, but if he does win the game, that is absolutely a turning point. Oh my god! That was like 6 Hofnitsa in 1 shot! It was beautiful. It was a well set up fight for TaToH. Liereyy caught a little bit off guard in the open. And now, guys, Liereyy, again, he still has a very big army, but it's a lot of Halbs. And Halbs don't, you know, kill buildings very effectively. TaToH's got tons of resources still. Yeah, there certainly are worse units than Burgundian hand cannons at doing such. Castle up here to the north to help protect the economy of TaToH, and of course, the downside for Bohemians here is that they are, of course, much slower with their armies, although TaToH does have treadmill training, though, guys. It's still probably going to be a pretty sad castle. Liereyy gonna try and add another TC up to the side, but TaToH... This is what I said at the beginning, guys. On the one hand, Fortress compared to Arena is gonna go to post-imp much more than on Fortress than Arena. But the late game is also way, way more open, so that gives the better mobility of Burgundians a chance to shine. Honestly, TaToH doing a pretty good job of mitigating build losses. Look at this. 25 times the villagers killed this game for TaToH relative to Liereyy. Liereyy transitioning more and more into the skirmishers. This TaToH should be nicely ahead in gold collected. A little bit. TaToH essentially has like 5 relics based off of the farmers with Burgundian vineyards versus 3 relics, which I guess it's not that big of a difference. Although TaToH has a little bit more gold to mine over here to the east, and then I think the map should be out. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to it. Really strategic game of AoE 2, though. I really like this one. Because Liereyy, of course, great macro, able to get, like, was laser focused on getting to his ideal army composition and pushing TaToH down the middle. Like, Liereyy was doing all of those things correct, but TaToH having to use the weaker units and was behind in economy, having to raid his opponent to death and really leverage the mobility that his Burgundian army has. And then Liereyy, of course, is doing his absolute best to defend against TaToH's pressure. Or 100... So, Vineyards is basically, you get a relic for every, like, 30-something farmers, I think.
See.
Maybe closer to 40 farmers. Basically, late game situations, you're usually around 2 relics ahead.
Ano?
So long as you have tons of farmers, which you do, obviously, as TaToH 91. Then paper money? Paper money is better in terms of villagers, like golds generated per villager, but you usually have way more farmers late game than you do lumberjacks. So that balances out. No idea why paper money isn't a Castle Age unique tech, by the way. It's kind of weird that it's an imp one. I mean, I know it was originally, but still. But yes, Liereyy still has 5 Hofnitsa. 5 Hofnitsa are objectively scary. 1 Hofnitsa is objectively scary. That Siege Workshop's going down, and Liereyy has a huge army, guys. Like, a huge army. Function, it's a late game tech. I would say that having 2 extra relics at this stage is very good for TaToH. Crazy game. I mean, it's well done on both sides. This is what I want to see, guys. High level AoE 2 on both sides. And what do you know? It doesn't involve fishing ships. Okay, we got more ranges coming in. I mean, Liereyy still has a remarkable bank, considering how bad, like how badly he's been raided this whole game, and that's, of course, in part due to his fantastic resources destroyed ratio. Like, Liereyy really is coming in like a wrecking ball. Miley Cyrus would be very proud of Liereyy. TaToH's having to flee with those villagers. I mean, he's far, far, far behind in army. He's trying to push from multiple angles. Look at this, the Capped Ram Brigade. But isn't Liereyy going to be able to blitz through his opponent's base faster? Does he die? I'm not convinced Liereyy dies faster. TaToH is also wasting an enormous amount of units there. Get golds. But you don't. Nothing changes about the villager distribution for you in late game. It's just you get extra gold doing the same exact thing, which is objectively good. Because again, you normally have around 90 farmers in late game anyway. Especially if you're a cap civ. Okay. Gonna get a star in the Hall of Fame, oh boy. I don't know, guys. Lierey's population is dropping. Lierey's on 62 vills. TaToH has over 100 units in the queue right now. I mean, but Lierey's surviving, but he's only on 1 Hofnitsa. Look at that, TaToH just continuing to send in more troops. Liereyy still has a big score lead, but I like TaToH's position more. Yeah, this castle, I mean, this castle only has 7 kills. It's not that many. But I mean, I love TaToH just building all of the production buildings all over the place. Liereyy trying to replenish his build losses. He is right back up at 200 population. Has 3 Hofnitsa on the way. But obviously the Halbs are going to get killed by the skirmishers, and then the Hussars kill us. The other skirmishers. And TaToH taking some better and better trades. He's behind 120 in the resource, the KD, but it honestly could be worse. Another guard tower for TaToH. Get keep, my man! Burgundians do have fully upgraded keeps. Well, you don't have heated shot, but that's not the end of the world. Market prices should be bottomed out or close to it. Yeah, they're wait, why are we at 16? It should be 17 with guilds. No idea why. Liereyy should also have guilds. Yes, he does.
See.
Obviously, both of these civs are designed to be very powerful post-game civs. And they are. Guard tower helping out, honestly. Guys, I'm not sure if Liereyy can sustain this. He has 4 units in the queue versus 130. I mean, yeah, Lierey's going to take efficient fights, but are they going to be efficient enough? I don't think so. Look at this. TaToH's still sniping Hofnitsa. Barely. I mean, it's close, but I think TaToH might just edge this one out. Invest on closed? Yeah, that's the problem with Burgundians and Bohemians, that both of these civs are bad on open maps and too good on closed maps. Can't disengage? They cannot.
Si.
But TaToH's multitasking has been so freaking good, especially because he is a slower player than Liereyy. But the multitasking is where it needs to be. TaToH's still a little ahead in gold collected, despite, again, being behind by a relic. TaToH continuing to press onward. Liereyy still does have 3 castles, but he has no stone. Why would you go for the button here? What advantage would that give you? Yeah, it's very much easier to multitask with Hussars, which can just run around, whereas the Halbs generally need to be together. Style points? You don't get wins for style points, unfortunately, guys. Tragic, I know. Be cool for the viewers. Again, that doesn't win them tournaments. Oh, good hits there for Liereyy. That is the power of paying attention to your army. Now, it is only Hussar Skirmisher, and Lierey's starting to queue up more units. I mean, again, Liereyy is still max pop. He's not out of resources, despite his better map control. Nothing else? Yeah, basically. Their unique unit is basically only good in super janky situations, which in my mind puts it even worse than organ guns, design-wise, because at least organ guns are an actual death ball unit, whereas the Hussite wagons aren't. I think the Castle Age hand cannons is really cool, but Bohemians are in a rough spot. Burgundians aren't really much better, but better than the counterpart here. All right, Cap Tram's queued up again. More units going down. I mean, Lierey's KD is still good. His resources destroyed is still very much in his favor. He's 4,000 score ahead. It's pretty amazing because it really does not feel like it. But he's staying alive, staying alive. Ram's on the way. Liereyy still has the 2 Hofnitze here. And TaToH has not been able to deal a finishing blow. Yeah, really important to get stone shaft mining, TaToH. How much stone is left on the map? 700. Oh, actually, those 2 tiles of stone haven't been taken all game. Wow, that's surprising. TC time? I don't think that matters. All right, Hussar's back in for some more raiding. But again, Lierey's queue, it was at like 3 units for a while. TaToH not able to seal the deal. Did not quite have enough siege, did not micro the siege quite well enough relative to Liereyy. And, I mean, Liereyy still is in this one. Yeah, absolutely strip mine some stone. Hofnitze, they're pretty darn good at defending against Rams, shall we say. TaToH with another TC to the south. I don't know, guys. I really feel like Flemish Revolution would be a throw. Am I crazy for thinking that? Because Liereyy still has his castles, and he's got... Can just spam a ton of skirms. Remember, they have the Spearman armor class. So skirms deal a bunch of bonus damage to them. Yeah, I would kind of wish... The thing is, TaToH's army is never at anywhere near as good in a straight-up fight, so I get why TaToH's pushing from the side. Siege? I mean, the siege numbers are climbing. And that fortified wall is almost dead, although there's probably not much room here. Well, that's not going to do a whole heck of a lot, is it? TaToH's actually at 4 trips. He is slowly banking up a good number of trebuchets. Ah, that's Ram made it work. Oh, no, those Hofnitze are exposed. Obviously, Liereyy cannot replace those with much ease. Well... both players, again, still hanging around that 200 pop. Okay, looks like TaToH himself is switching into Halbs. Yeah, Liereyy has light cav. That's a pretty good reason to switch into Halbs. Bozers? I mean, I would say that TaToH and Liereyy have the worst late game of the top 5 players, which is still better than almost everybody, but I do think that Hera, Viper, and Yo all have better late games. Again, not that those the guys are all insane post-imp, so it doesn't really, it feels like that's very unfair to TaToH. The Trebs are right out here in the middle. Anyway, TaToH himself is climbing right up there in terms of population. He's added in some more hand cannoneers. But I mean, Liereyy is doing such a good job of keeping himself alive. +100. Oh, really? Did we cross that 100 threshold? Thank you, guys. Hope you're all having a fun time. All right, light cav come in, but obviously Bohemian light cav are not very good. That's 2 dead bombard cannons for free, which is not good for TaToH, fun fact. I don't think this is going to work, guys. The Hofnitze reinforcements are coming in. There's nothing to snipe them. TaToH has to scooch the heck back. Liereyy still keeping his hopes alive. I mean, you just can't push that castle right now. The Hofnitze are too strong. Halb's still running around. TaToH's Vil count has dropped a lot. And remember, TaToH is ahead in resources, but he's very far behind in resources destroyed. Trebs are going to try and work around here to the north, but Lierey's eco is getting to be very, very safe here in the back of the map. And now, things are not looking as good for TaToH at all. He's getting plate mail armor for his halbs, so they'll be fully upgraded, although, yes, the Flemish Militia will also be fully upgraded at that stage. But now the siege numbers don't really feel good enough for TaToH anymore. Yeah, Liereyy with a Vil lead for the first time in what feels like forever, and he's still raiding. Again, this just doesn't feel good enough from TaToH. And of course, the second that TaToH actually stops pushing on the sides, you have to deal with the Hofnitsa in a big fight again, and you just can't really do that at this point as TaToH. It takes too many bombard cannons to kill one Hofnitsa unless you got the bombard cannon shot of the Millennium off. Treb's under heavy threat. But look, this TaToH's resources are running low. I'm gonna say that he has 150 Hussars in the queue. Liereyy has 112 halbs in the queue, though, to be fair. Lierey's gonna start running out of wood soon, though. Remember, Liereyy is spending more wood than is TaToH, because he's making primarily halbs and skirmishers, whereas TaToH is making hussars and skirmishers. I mean, now TaToH is making halbs, but TaToH has the greater map control by a significant margin. Not the guard tower! But Lierey's starting to marshal his forces here at the front. South, well, TaToH's kind of cleaning up those units, but he's not really getting anywhere. Again, TaToH, at this point, even if he wanted to click the button, he doesn't have the siege necessary to actually do anything with it, because what would happen is the Flemish militia run into the castles and die, which is thoroughly unimpressive. And Lierey's back up to 6 Hofnitsa. Castles here, only 23. Anyway, Liereyy does need a Hofnitsa at home, but I think one should be on its way. TaToH doesn't really have any halbs here, though. Guys, this is the issue. How do you stop this? We're back to halb Hofnitsa. That castle's just gonna get sniped. There's nothing you can do. And TaToH looks like he might struggle to close this one out. Back to doing a little bit of raiding, but Liereyy still has tons of units in the queue. Units trained, Liereyy is actually behind by TaToH compared to, by a lot, but his KD is still very good. He's still 3,000 gold behind. He's still half the stone. But he's just, his army's more efficient. I mean, like we've been saying all game. More efficient, but less mobile. Yeah, Liereyy, for a little bit, only had 4 units in the queue. That's when the raids were at their peak. I mean, like, eventually Liereyy will run out of stone, but... Or, wood. But Lierey's gonna kill all these castles, and the monastery. Actually, that's gonna be the first target, is just eject those relics, because why not? Liereyy gonna take better and better fights, guys. There are some halbs here. TaToH's going to be losing most of his eco. Nice snipe there from Liereyy. Liereyy looking better and better. The relics are gone. TaToH's, it felt like, burned so much gold. He's trying to add another TC here. Would quite soon. I mean, Liereyy will need the wood in around 10 minutes game time. I don't see how TaToH stops this army within 10 minutes. It's gonna need to be some big, bombard, beautiful blasts. Castle tempting to get repaired. Another one bites the dust. Bam, 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 bam. Another one bites the dust. Okay. Only one. Oh, go get him, Skirms! Go get him! It has What? 9 HP? Hussar! Do something! Oh, got him! Alright, that should be enough for TaToH to survive in the short run. They're still going to be losing units over here. I love these games, guys. Some people might find them boring, but this game has felt like it's been in the balance for so long. Because Liereyy will run out of wood kind of soon. TaToH's obviously doing a lot of raiding where Liereyy would be wood getting. TaToH will need to rebuild the monastery. But now TaToH's Vil count is looking somewhat unimpressive, and Liereyy still has tons of halbs on the way. Skirm's being brought forth, though. Now Lierey's the one who's not at max pop anymore. I mean, yeah, he still has the halbs in the queue, but that means all that means is TaToH's taking better trades. Yeah, now Liereyy has the good farm count, as TaToH obviously lost a ton of his farming infrastructure, and TaToH still has yet to get those relics back, and I don't even see a monastery anywhere. A momentum? Well, yeah, I mean, that was literally TaToH's #1 goal there, was just kill the Hofnitsa. The hoof, nice. Liereyy streaming forth with his reinforcements, though. A little bit more of a scuffle down here to the south. Where's the cav archers? Oh man, I'm sure this is exhausting for both players. Something else? Well, the Hussars are the unit that gets to the front line the fastest and the unit that dies the fastest, so they generally need to be the largest queue. Okay, Liereyy queues up 2 more Hofnitsa. Remember, guys, Liereyy also doesn't have crop rotation as the Bohemians. TaToH did get crop rotation in very early Imperial Age. But now, I think Lierey's food income is objectively better at this point. Also, look at all these little pinwheels, man. It's so cute. It's so cute! Look at this. Love it. Alright, TaToH's gonna clear all of this up eventually. Okay, no, he is getting the relics back, guys. All the way there. It'll get the job done eventually. That's a very good fight for Liereyy. Oh my goodness, guys. TaToH's lost like 30 units there, 30 Hussars. And that's the thing with halbs, right? Like, you get them involved, and suddenly the unit's looking mighty deadly. Oh, nice hit there on the skirms. And now TaToH's the one who's really starting to fall back. I mean, it is absolutely an endurance game at this point, and Liereyy is over a decade younger than TaToH. I think. Pretty close to it. He's at least a decade younger. And we're back to 2 Hofnitsa with 2 more in the queue. "15, 20 years ago, the current competitive scene, well, lots of trash units, that's for sure. But the difference here is that back in the single queue days, you would not be able to macro anywhere near this well. You'd have so many idle farmers everywhere before you can get through all your farm cycles again. I mean, yeah, there are also Hussars that don't have bloodlines, remember? So they're not even as good as fully upgraded Hussars. They're still trying to take a bit more wood income, but that's going to be tough. Again, eventually, like, at the 2 hour to 2.5 hour mark, guys, which is about as long as the 1v1s generally ever get on most maps, TaToH will win. He has more gold income, and he has more wood, and he's got crop rotation. Like, eventually, TaToH will, if he's not dead at that point, will win the game. And you can see we're already starting to sell food, actually, as both players. Now, the weakest Hussars are Korean Hussars by a lot. Those Hussars are not very good. At least you have your blacksmith upgrades here. None of either of the imp blacksmith upgrades for the Koreans. That fight's probably a little bit more even. Flemish militia? What? Okay, that has to be a misclick. But that's an expensive misclick. For what? 35 gold or something like that? That isn't actually... Like, those aren't resources you so readily throw away. 2-ton scouts? That they famously are. It would make a lot more sense if these Flemish militia didn't have the Spearman armor class and didn't take a gajillion bonus damage from skirmishers. But the Flemish militia are coming in. They do snipe one Hofnitze. But I still think we're kind of in the situation where there still isn't anything that kills the Halb Hofnitze efficiently enough as TaToH. I mean, there aren't that many skirms as either player. It's not like the Hussars are even that insane at killing the Hofnitze quickly either. Oh, is TaToH running out of steam, guys? His Q is looking worse than Lierey's at this stage. Well, Hofnitze still wrecking face, and TaToH is actually on the ropes. Liereyy is so far ahead in resources destroyed. To trade versus the Hof, yeah, but you can't readily produce a ton of hand cannoneers. Oh, Liereyy going for that castle over there. Liereyy himself still has 3 castles. His farming eco is still safe. He has enough wood. Lierey's castle? No, he's not. Lierey's castles are all fine. TaToH's actually back up to 140 vills, but he has 23 idle. And the thing is, TaToH's been working with basically no gold units. That said, again, if the Hofnitze die, the push dies. Then TaToH just runs away to his castle. And now Lierey's the one whose population's dropping again. Oh my goodness, guys, this is one of the best games I've seen all year. How often do we see a game that is this long where it's still not clear who's going to win? Again, the score is absolutely lying right now. This game is very much in the balance. We have a few more Flemish militia coming in. TaToH is out of wood there at the north. There's still a little bit here to the east with which to take. Actually, TaToH even still taking some in his starting base. There's even a little bit more wood over there. Whereas Liereyy, his wood income is here. And that's kind of it. Don't cost wood? Yes, but wood is, at this point, yes, eventually the Flemish militia will be, I guess, technically better, but we're not there yet. Map only has 50,000 wood left on it. Andre versus Rubingham, not even close. But yes, TaToH will win a wood game. Oh, look at this, guys! And a random bombard cannon! No, TaToH's not overboomed. If his opponent isn't pushing him with a huge blob of Hofnitze, it's actually kind of good to have 130 bills, because you can just trade trash units a bit more efficiently. And Liereyy, of course, everything for Liereyy hinges on the Hofnitze, right? It is the decisive unit in this game. But Liereyy having to buy some stone. Castle taking 12,000 damage there. Unlike Cav... Well, the issue, Spectrus, is that you still only have 200 population to work with. It's not like you can just have more light Cav. This queue is just as large, and the distribution of units doesn't really matter. Liereyy doesn't want the light Cav in a straight-up fight, for the most part. He wants them to raid with. But in this sort of situation, 15 light cav rating looks very similar to 30 light cav rating. And you really need to use every single one of your 200 population very efficiently. Not raise? What do you mean? AoE balance absolutely breaks down after 200 population. Like, the game is just not designed around having more than 200 population. Unless you're Goths. Like, the entire interaction of units in the late game it just starts to fall apart. Okay, Bombard will probably get one more shot in. Yep. Castle not down, although it is quite low in HP. And again, Liereyy will run out of wood. Way before TaToH does. Yes, or Bengalis, or Georgians, or any sib with a ton of monks. Yes. I remember 75 pop as well. 44 villagers, that was the magic number. Again, both players have gigantic queues. They're both at 200 population. This game isn't going to end in the super immediate future. I love the cap rams, though, coming in here from Liereyy because they actually become quite difficult to take down. Wait, why is Liereyy... How many barracks is... For the love of our Lord and Savior Doubt, tell me Liereyy is on more than 7 barracks in an almost 2-hour game. Guys, I think he's only on 7 barracks. That's so bad! Efficient their units are, yeah. I mean, most civs do not win with being down, 30,000 plus resources at this point. But Bohemians can. But, like, that's why Liereyy chose the civ, in part, is because that's what they're supposed to do here. World domination campaign? Like, what? What would that even look like? Genghis Khan? Alright. Guys, Lierey's population... Like, Liereyy has 100 units in the queue, and you can tell here this means he's not actually producing everything at once. Because TaToH, you can see his population will drop to, like, 180, and he'll still be... have the blinking red-ish square here, which means that he is at 200 population. It's just all of the rest of the population is in queue. I do a plan... I mean, I did hear it's good. I just don't have much interest in doing custom campaigns right now. Gets the kill there. Lierey's still gonna try and make another push with the Hofnitsa. Castle's at least back up to like a 3rd HP. Liereyy tried to strip wood. TaToH never had arson the whole game, wow. I did not really like the Rise of the Ottoman campaign that much. It felt so grindy. It just felt like I was sitting around with like 20 bombard cannons just running into a bunch of post-imp units. Alright, a few hand cannoneers will certainly help out, unless they just get Hofnitsa. Single bombard. I mean, that, again, one of the reasons that TaToH didn't die early on was the gigantic bombard cannon hit he got over here, and then being able to whittle away the bombard cannons there was another critical moment. Castle down, indeed. Castle down! Oh boy, guys. What's interesting with this game, in particular, guys, is that it isn't just... I mean, it is, like, in a literal sense, it's a bunch of trash units running into each other. But there's so much intentionality, and there's so many dynamics between the balancing of the trash unit numbers and where and how they're fighting, and how they're spending their limited gold, that it really doesn't feel like we're just running into each other doing the same thing over and over again. Yes, I do think that again, another critical point if Liereyy loses this game. 7 barracks. That's way too few barracks. I mean, you can be on 15 plus.
Sì.
Oh, big hit. Or big Nomad. I mean, Liereyy does, again, he still has 100 halbs in the queue. He's not dead. But this wood is going to run out very, very soon. ×4 world map where you start at a specific point, you choose your next target. Attack or defense scenarios are this... I don't think anything like that would ever work in AoE 2. It's just not how the game is designed. AoE 2 isn't a grand strategy game. It's a real-time strategy game.
Service.
Zdasz buch.
Sì.
Gada.
Well... Been strip mined? There might be this... There's like... Yeah, there's this 224 in the middle of the map, and that's it. There's also 234 gold somewhere. Can I click on it? No, I can't click on it. 6? No, I don't play any strategy games at all, other than AoE 2.
Ano.
Jsem připraven.
But isn't, like, Rise of Nations a way slower game than Age of Empires? And doesn't it go through, like, all of history? Like, what makes AoE fun is that it has the aspects of, like, a grand world empire-building game, but it's in the context of a very arcadey style RTS like a StarCraft or Warcraft that the games are still fast enough, fast-paced enough, and small-scale enough that, you know, your ability to multitask is super important. Anyway, Lierey's gonna run out of wood right there. And once that's done, so Liereyy is gonna run out of wood completely. Only 22,000 left on the map. TaToH controls this one. Oh wait, Lierey's controlling it over here. TaToH needs to say no, no, no to that, but he doesn't have vision of it. Arcady. That the games are fast enough, the units are all very individually microable,
Jestem připravena. Zdasz buch.
and again, the games are fast enough and small scale enough. Oh, but this is huge for Liereyy if he's able to get all that extra wood. Like, that would be very, very important for him, and TaToH, I think, is just none the wiser right now. Like, there should be an outpost or something here to check on this big old pile of wood, because Lierey's going to get another, like, 80,000 wood. Not that much, but, you know, probably at least 8,000 more wood. Look at that, TC even coming in. Liereyy knows exactly what he needs to do. Even a little bit of extra stone can't hurt. And Lierey's actually now the one at 140 bills. He's trying to just get all the wood he can, because if he gets a significant enough wood collected lead, that is another potential way he wins this game. But right now, TaToH more of everything. And for the person who said that Vineyards is useless, we're already at 4,000 more gold collected for TaToH when he is behind by 1 relic. 4,000 gold is huge. Yeah, this is such a huge mistake from TaToH, guys. Okay, TaToH sees this, but he's also going to see a lot of these trees gone. Yeah, the Hoofdniets are finally down again. Hello, Fat Dragon is God. Welcome to this almost 2-hour-long game. Absolutely fantastic game here.
Zdasz buch.
Liereyy going to try and add some more farms over there. Ooh, TaToH this time can go for the relics. Liereyy was able to dislodge TaToH's relics earlier, but that's something that TaToH might be able to launch a counterattack for.
Jsem připraven.
Zdasz buch.
Late game, they win in post-imp, especially on a map like Arena. But this map is way more open than Arena, and what TaToH's done a brilliant job this game is that TaToH's been multitasking, right? He's been focusing down so many different angles from Liereyy that he's been able to abuse the immobility of the Bohemian army relative to the Burgundian army.
Jsem připravena.
But yes, again, a huge issue is that Liereyy has all these halbs queued up. I mean, he's had 120 halbs in the queue. What's 15 times 7, guys? Is it? That has to be more than 100. Is that 120? Oh yeah, it is absolutely a best of 7, guys.
Gada.
Yeah, Liereyy able to get that entire extra wood line area. And look at that. Because of it, he takes the wood collected advantage. Now, TaToH still has the crop rotation advantage, which is huge. 105. Okay, so he has exactly one more barracks somewhere on the map. Which it means he has 8 barracks total, which is still not enough. No idea where that last barracks is. Okay, has a couple more placed. In his base? Oh, yeah. Now he's at 107. Oh, is that his starting barracks? Hello, Norther. Again, both players still gigantic queues. This game isn't going to end in the super immediate future. That's also a lot of very... Guys, someone want to explain to me why Liereyy has a bunch of farms in the middle of the map? Now, TaToH still has a little more wood income. Liereyy is out. Like, the map is basically out of wood. Got 14,000 wood here at the south. You've got a little bit more in TaToH's base. You got a little bit more over here. But TaToH controls all the remaining wood on the map. That said, Liereyy... This was so huge for him to get that extra wood. It keeps his engine of war alive a little bit longer, so there is a chance that if he can get just one good Hofnitze push... Arrow slits. Love it. Because Liereyy is going to be ahead in wood collected, but also ahead in wood spent.
Ano.
Ano. I mean, what a set game.
See.
There just isn't even anything left over here to attack, except these farmers. Yeah, again, Liereyy is literally out of wood. It is a wood game. Not something we get to say very often. Anyway, does Liereyy have sappers? No, it does not. Bohemians do have sappers. And a piece of information that I'm so glad I know. Anyway, look at this, guys. Hand cannons for TaToH, 10 of them. Wood for... Well, Liereyy also needs wood for farms. That's how that works. And TaToH has crop rotation, and he got crop rotation in early Imperial Age, guys. Think how much more wood he saved throughout this game than Liereyy has. Like, again, this is it. Liereyy has 160 units in the queue, which is usually like, wow, that's a winning number of units. And it often is. It mostly is. But not here. Yeah, like, this is basically it for Liereyy. He is going to run out of steam before his opponent does. Which is insane with a 7,000 score lead at this point. Uh-oh, guys, we're buying wood. It's happening already. Selling food, buying wood. That's going to be good for TaToH. He can also just use the market as well. I mean, they both have guilds. Absolutely crop rotation for the win. It's also such a sudden cliff edge. Yeah, it is. I mean, I think a lot of you guys probably have never played a game like this because they're fairly rare. And for a game to go on this long and be very even, it's hard to know exactly what to do if you're not in a situation like that. If TaToH does snipe the market, to be fair, he literally just cancels a few of units and then he builds another one. We're not there yet. Oh, I don't know about this, guys. TaToH has 18 hand cannoneers. I don't think you want to be spending valuable resources on the swordsman right now.
See.
Not long, but not that good. Yeah, I mean, if this was Arena, the game could literally go on another hour. I'm not kidding. And I have seen 3-hour Arena games. John Slow, the Clown Kaiser. Check out this game, John Slow viewers. We are at 2 hours and 5 minutes. In my opinion, one of the games of the year. Yeah, Hofnitsa are Lierey's only chance to win. Is to get good Hofnitsa fights and then to reclaim a little bit more wood and then just take too efficient of a fight for TaToH to manage. It's what he was almost able to do. We still have 15 hand cannons. But Lierey's queuing up some hand cannons of his own.
See.
We have a cap ram full of Flemish militia. Oh, man. Again, guys, look at this. Food and gold units climbing. This queue is slowly whittling down. Yes, there was a 7-hour MBL Hera Arena game. Typically, they're not that long, but I think one of the players was Turks and the other was Lithuanians. And so those games would just involve a lot of onagers cutting trees. 55 into China video, yeah. Hussars, well, no, in the straight-up fight, the Halbs are extremely efficient versus the Hussars. The issue is that the Halbs are slow. Keep! Oh, man, guys, this one... Look how hard... Think how hard it is for Liereyy to kill this keep. It's a fully upgraded keep, or will be in a minute. For so long, it's tough, but I've played these games and I've casted these games before. And both Liereyy and TaToH, of course, have enough experience in both of these sorts of games where the resources run out. Wait, I totally missed this wood over here. Okay, so Liereyy has a little more wood. Okay. Hand cannons obviously killed those halves. That's not going to do a whole heck of a lot. And you know what? That keep is going to go down. Lierey's losing a lot of farming, though. But again, even just this little bit more wood is going to keep Lierey's war machine going a little bit longer. 17 hand cannons. He's still not building up the Hofnitsa numbers, though. Like, Lierey's army was at its scariest when he had, like, even 5 Hofnitsa and a bunch of Halbs surrounding them. And then you just start, you know, coming in like a wrecking ball through TaToH's base. But yeah, all of these farms are getting idled. Liereyy has half his eco idle, in fact. TaToH still pushing through.
Jsem připravena.
What the hell is this? Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Chilling out? Yeah, I mean, now is back down to 0 Hofnitsa. I mean, there's literally 1 siege unit on the field. In 3? Yep. I mean, without Hofnitsa on the field, Burgundians are a lot better than Bohemians. Look at that, Morville's gonna go down here for Liereyy. It's funny, because Liereyy still has just enough to keep the army producing. The TaToH back up to 2,100 food.
Any luck in the job search yet?
And unfortunately, not even close, Archie, but I appreciate the support. Thank you so much for the 16 months. Oh, the keep didn't die. TaToH can even repair it a little bit. 16 kills on it, by the way. Fully upgraded. Actually, I don't think TaToH ever got murder holes. Oh, he did! Perfect. Oh, we got 2 cannons even coming in. We got a toucan! We got a toucan! Toucan none. Oh, Lycav trying to loop around to get to the cannons, but that means they're going to be running into the Hussars of TaToH. Lierey's production is starting to falter. Yet or not? Nope, not yet. You need Lycav to have literally any kind of mobility. Nice snipe there from Liereyy. I mean, Lierey's queue is actually still quite good. TaToH selling 4,000 food for 680 gold, man. All right. Yeah, I'm applying for fields in international affairs, or jobs in international affairs. Analyst jobs, research jobs are basically your entry-level jobs in those fields. Sara's gonna go after those hand cannons. TaToH! Again, guys, Liereyy just needed just enough to keep the push going. That is an amazing fight for him. Leave the camera? Well, normally I would, but there's this kind of action happening literally all over the map. I mean, the camera movement here is as nothing to what the players themselves are doing. Lierey's at 21 hand cannoneers, guys. TaToH's gonna need to make some skirmishers back in, whereas he hasn't really been doing that. Liereyy at 92 army. Still at over 100 units in the queue. It says Liereyy has 13 lumberjacks. Okay, I guess there's like a couple more trees over here. Is TaToH's gonna run out of wood too, though? 847 wood. This is literally a wood game, guys. TaToH with only a little bit more wood collected. Oh my goodness, guys. TaToH's really running low on wood. Feather Hussar saves? Very often, yes. I mean, I have no idea how Lierey's even making this remotely close.
Pozor.
Jsem připravena.
The Hussar should... I have no idea what that even means. Alright, TaToH's still 150 Hussars in the queue, and we... still have 600 wood. Yeah, Liereyy has 10,000 food in the bank. Yeah, Lierey's still 8,000 more resources destroyed. Or more, at least, not 80,000 more resources destroyed. Actually, it might be 80,000 more resources destroyed. Yeah, guys, the Halb queue is running out real fast. And then it's going to be a point when they're both just making Hussars, and one dude has way better Hussars than the other. Well, Liereyy still needs the Vills to work the farms until the farms are out. Very possibly. Proceed? No, it's not worth it.
See.
There is no infinite resource loop cheat. Oh!
Pozor.
Oh, those Hussars are evaporating. Hit the button and win. I do not think the button is a very viable idea considering how much gold it's going to be costing right now. No, TaToH cannot hit the button unless he has suddenly a ton of gold.
Davis.
Two hours and 21 minutes game time. Oh, this is absolutely game of the year. Guys, even still, either player can win this game. Best of 7, yeah. For 100 bills? I think 1,000. I think it's 10 gold per vill. Again, I think the button is 10 gold per vill and 20 food per vill. So I think it'd be 2,000 food, 1,000 gold for Flemish Revolution. Yeah, the button, as I call it, is Flemish Revolution. I mean, I do think Liereyy is the underdog, which is really funny to say when he's 8,000 score ahead of his opponent and has been the entire game, but that's the world in which we live. Liereyy, no wood. 0. 0. Liereyy should be dead. I mean, it does have 15,000 food, which is pretty darn sick. And 15,000 food is more than the 90 Hussar difference between their queues. Oh, man. Well... Like, yeah, Lierey's army's larger still, though. Look at this. No more wood units queued up. TaToH also should have the far more stables than Liereyy does, because obviously he's been producing Hussars from all over the map all game long. Kawasan? Yeah, game number 1 was not very good on Kawasan. I don't know why TaToH would agree to a tie right now when he has inevitability on his side. In theory, in tournaments, you can agree to a tie, but that would be if both players don't think they have a route to victory. And I think TaToH very much sees his route to victory, and I think Liereyy might be playing for the tie like you can in chess, right? Well, again, TaToH should win this game. TaToH would be what you would call a young fool. Oh my goodness, guys, this should be a very good fight for TaToH. His cannons are laying down the law. There's one bombard here. Look at this, guys. Lierey's population's plummeting. Game, because we happen to be watching the game of the year. I mean, is it really my fault that you guys decided to not watch the game of the year? Yeah, Liereyy has basically his whole Hiko idle. TaToH still has all of his villagers farming away. Yeah, this should be TaToH. It turned into an inevitability game. All the chips were laid on the table, and TaToH's hand is a little bit better. Was the game of the year part? I think the whole thing. I thought it was exciting. The game was super back and forth. Into the meat grinder? Yep. Relic's gonna be ejected. Nothing Liereyy can do to stop that. TaToH's like, what are you gonna do? Build another monastery? Nice joke. Yeah, just to get the relics. Did Liereyy get the bombard? Oh, dang, that's some accurate clicking. Yeah, guys, funnily enough, if this were Red Bull rules, Liereyy would have won this game a long time ago. Kill the market next? Yep. But TaToH might not know where the market is. Heck, I don't know where the market is. Wait a minute, I can just do that. Okay, TaToH's market is literally his feudal age market, and it was never destroyed. I hate that they changed how the hotkeys work. I say that too often. Liereyy doesn't have a market. Yeah, I'm on Lierey's POV, and I'm hitting the go-to-market hotkey. Liereyy doesn't have a market. Yeah, TaToH already destroyed. Oh my goodness, Liereyy is so toast in this game. Liereyy is literally stuck. Okay, Liereyy can't reclaim the relics unless... Does he have another monastery? Nope. Liereyy doesn't have a monastery. He has a monk, but he has no monastery. All he can do is prevent TaToH from having the relics, which is like, obviously that's not a winning play. Wow. Yeah, losing with 20,000 food and a 7,000 plus score lead. Oh yes, there are exactly 2 trees left on the map. I wonder where they are. You guys see where the 2 trees are? It's the 2 trees of Valinor! Oh yes, here they are. Here are the 2 trees. Oh my goodness, guys. Liereyy has to call it soon. He's got nothing. He's got no relics, he's got no wood, he can't do anything. TaToH can, in theory, go forever because he has 2 relics. That's why you play without small trees. When the map is running out of trees and you can't find the remaining trees. Arms unsustainable? That is actually a good question I do not know the answer to. Guys, am I a masochist for loving this game? Am I going to be the only one? Are all of the other casters right now saying how terrible this game is and how grindy it is? No. I don't blame LAN events for having... Oh my goodness, GG called. 2 hours, 34 minutes, 31 seconds. Wow. Just wow. TaToH ties up the series 1-1, guys! We have at least 3 more games! Oh my goodness. Look at that, 6,000 more gold for TaToH, 70,000 more food, only 3,000 more wood. It was a great game on both players. Rez, 200 wood. And 234 gold. Oh yeah, where was that last gold mine? I have no idea where it was. There's a gold mine there. TaToH won, but Lierey's younger? Yeah, it's true. Was turtling? No, TaToH, like, both players were very actively trying to kill each other for 2.5 hours game time. Yeah, like a trash war kind of implies that you're just spamming units into the middle and, you know, they're like lemmings just running into each other moment after moment. That's obviously not the case, and there was obviously so much skill on display by both players there that TaToH just a hair better. Bohemian, yeah, I mean, guys, I told you that Burgundians have a great matchup against Bohemians, and nobody listened to me. Come on, guys. All right, that's Burgundians over Bohemians. Second to last pick for each player. Oh, man. All right, guys. I hope, understandably, I'm allowed to take a quick break here. I'll be right back in a moment. Thank you so much to everyone who's watching. All right. All right. I'm back. That game had around 5 times the file size. It was 15,000 kilobytes. Hey, be nice. All right, Nomad is going to be the next map. Spoiler, some tournament organizers do that, not this one. But I try not to look at them, because I don't want to be spoiled. I only noticed it afterwards, because there was a literal another, integer, or another digit, whatever. Anyway, it's Nomad! Liereyy gonna be in the green as the Koreans to the north of the map. And right nearby to the northwest in the red as the Lithuanians, it is TaToH. There is a lake on this one, but it's to the south. And other than that, it is a more or less square-shaped island. But this looks like a pretty bad start for TaToH relative to Liereyy. Yeah, it's a little worse, nothing too bad. Before ranked. I mean, ranked has existed as long as Age of Empires has existed. With the zone. But I never really played treaty games. I know a lot of people did, and like that's just the way that a lot of people enjoyed AoE too, but I never really was into that. Like, to me, that was like skipping to the climax of a movie without watching all of the build-up. I like the building up aspect of AoE. Yeah, the zone was the zone. Anything that wasn't BF, yeah. Oh, 1,000. Oh, wow. There you go. All right, so docks. The TaToH's dock right next to his TC. Lierey's dock a little bit over here, so fairly close as far as things go for Nomad. Something I'm noticing is that TaToH doesn't... Oh, no, TaToH has 2 boars. Does he see? He sees at least one of them. This boar might have wandered into TaToH's line of sight. Whereas Liereyy obviously took that boar right there. He sees that one, so that would be a good one for him to take, as I doubt either player knows where the other is. There's a boar over there, so Liereyy seeming to have a very nice start. Yeah, Lierey's going to be taking that one, and TaToH could be in a really bad way very quickly. If Liereyy has 3 boars to 1. And that should be the case. Okay, yeah, he might have an idea that TaToH's over here. I hope you guys like my cow sound. I thought it was very good. Alright, second fishing ship coming in here for TaToH. Extra line of sight OP, it's a good bonus. Alright, so Lithuanians versus Koreans. I mean, Koreans are top tier Nomad civ, of course. I still like Lithuanians, though. Koreans might still be a bit more flexible in being able to go for water and land equally well. But for civs that are theoretically countering Koreans, I like monk civs a lot, as their units tend to be quite expensive, with like war wagons and rocket carts and stuff. So I think that Lithuanians are not a bad one. What, isn't Liereyy taking the boar? Isn't this that boar? Anyway, TaToH will at least have another one. 3 fishing ships to 2 in favor of TaToH. Liereyy has 1 more Vil. TaToH does have 15 seconds idle time, certainly not ideal. I think it was just to maximize the food on the other one. I think he just didn't realize that TaToH was be nearby, and that, you know, it would have behooved him to get it sooner, but TaToH just happened to not scout it, so that's kind of how we ended up in the situation we found ourselves in. So both of these civs could try and go for a fast castle. Both of them could go for more water-based pressure in Feudal Age. Both could go for land-based pressure in Feudal Age. There are a lot of options here. Looks like TaToH will be building a lumber camp over on the far wood line in case this gets tower rushed, so that's a smart move from him. Obviously, tower rushing is very common on Nomad. But 0 seconds idle TC for Liereyy is quite good for him. And having 15 seconds idle time with Lithuanians is pretty rough. Like, the whole point of the civ is that you have no idle time. I mean, well, TaToH had to put more Vils on wood sooner than he would like because he didn't have enough food income. So that's how he got the extra fishing ships out sooner, but it's actually better to just not have the idle time at all. Let's see, Liereyy clicks that up. He's just going to be faster. It's going to be harder, faster, stronger. Well, Liereyy looks like he's going to come in for dock number 2. Looks like it will be for some water aggression. Could be galleys, could be fire galleys, and it's not going to be triple dock, is it? I mean, it could. Koreans are certainly a civ that can do that. Choyo?
Yeah?
Alright, barracks on the way. TaToH looks like he is going to do something a bit more aggressive here on the terrestrial side of things. One water. Well, did he play the you have one water theme? I ask you. Alright, so it is going to be triple dock galley here for Liereyy. Going to need to defend himself on the land, of course. Range here for TaToH, likely going to be making some archers to apply pressure there. Bit axe coming in for each player. And we are all still good in the hood, baby. Brr, 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 brr. Yeah, TaToH, not especially interested in fighting water. Will be making a fire galley to try and shoo away his opponent, but his ability to actually do any real damage is quite limited. Vozodras. Guys, why is Lithuanian such a cool sounding language? TaToH? I mean, Korean is also cool, to be fair. Davavalya. Wait a minute, what? TaToH. Oh, he must have forgotten that he's fighting Koreans. Or facing Koreans who would have easily seen those archers. Little bit of a misstep there, TaToH, but he's still gonna get a villager or two. Yeah, he's gonna get the second one. Alright, so a couple kills there, but remember that Liereyy was able to kill his opponent's fishing ships. So, Liereyy still +2 in that regard. As well as 5 fishing ships to 0. TaToH's queuing up another one, though. This man just does not give a floof. And Liereyy is off of gold. Obviously, not great. TaToH gonna need to do his best to deny Liereyy of his other resources. Oh no, it's a best of 7. We just happen to have a 2.5 hour long game number 2. Because remember guys, we need to have longer series. It is of the utmost importance. No fletching in for TaToH. Does have the blacksmith in though. Not quite enough food income for now. But Lierey's tower is certainly going to be good enough to secure that gold income that he needs to get towards Castle Age. He's got a ton of stone right here, and he can even go for another tower in just a moment. Oh, guys, what word do I say too much that rhymes with the Wordle word of the day? Oh, no. Fisky mother. Oh, you can't just make demos against Korean. You can just rub that in their face. It's like making fires against Vikings. Anyway, another tower there will protect Liereyy for now. And TaToH has one vill on food. That, guys, is unimpressive. PC than Lierey's is? I mean, it's probably fairly similar. Anyway, Liereyy getting some of those necessary repairs in. That chip would have been dead. And I guess that's the only one. Anyway, TaToH seems to be in a very bad way. He's behind by 300 resources. Somewhat unimpressive demo ship hit there. And TaToH's just screwing up a little bit with those repairs. And I wonder if TaToH's feeling tired after the first one. Fletching is in. TaToH needs to pay attention. Tower ain't happening yet, guys. Good angle there. No fletching for Liereyy. I'm sure fletching would have helped out a lot. But maybe he was trying to get to Castle Age a bit too greedily. And that tower, another victim of cancel culture. Gonna have to go on the stone over there to the east. At least Liereyy does have two close stones. And look at that, guys. The tower perfectly placed by TaToH. Nicely done there. That is the world's saddest mill by one decaying ibex. Okay, no, there's a couple more over there. Yeah, the vill production from TaToH is not the best. But Lierey's doing great here on the water, guys. And look at this, queuing up more fishing ships. Thankfully, no AoE game was ever won by one person winning the fishing ship battle in Feudal Age. Now, TaToH does have 4, but he's lost several, and Liereyy has more. Tower's second, tower's best. What kind of weird caster would say such a silly phrase? Yeah. Like, TaToH was able to sort of reestablish his fishing, but Liereyy just never had to have his fishing reestablished in the first place, so he just spent fewer resources and collected more. Which is, as the kids say, a wombo combo. And I imagine Liereyy just gets to Castle Age and then drops the castle and makes one war wagon and wins the video game. TaToH is going to try and take back water, though, and Liereyy has a couple of very damaged fire ships, and Liereyy probably should have repaired those. And when I say probably, I mean, yes, he should have. But he probably didn't expect TaToH to still be so aggressively on the... Okay, there's another drop. Ah, okay, we're good, guys. Alright, so sorry about that. But we are back. TaToH does click up, so... I mean, he's 2 minutes slower to Castle Age. With a rush distance that is so close, you'd think that might be backbreaking, but TaToH did a really good job there in late Feudal Age, taking fights, and Liereyy just not really anticipating that late Feudal push.
Speaking.
That said, Liereyy is hitting Castle Age. He can add a Siege Workshop immediately, of course. He can add another Town Center if he so desires. I even hit a TC up here to the north. You still want to control more wood if possible. Anyway, we're going to go straight down Warg Alley. That looks like another demo ship hit for TaToH. still good enough there for Liereyy. Scale barding armor on its way. There's the stable. As the rocket cart is about to be out. Oh my goodness, skirmishers, my favorite unit in AoE 2. Why are you making skirmishers? That wasn't a rhetorical question, guys. I really don't know why he's making skirmishers. Wagons? I mean, if you're on 2 ranges, maybe. Well, War Galley coming in a couple of nights, as one might expect. But no extra TCs for TaToH, and Liereyy will be dropping the castle here in just a moment. The resources collected are quite even. 3 fire galleys to 6 fire ships, though, so this is going to continue to be an advantageous trade for Liereyy. Another demo. Another... Oh, he's waiting for the War Galley upgrade. I don't know if that was worth it. Maybe it was. It probably pretty close. Also a cute little interposing your ship with the enemy ship. And that is better for TaToH. Liereyy, the one now not paying attention. Obviously, both players are having to multitask quite a bit here. Is this actually a thing? Wow. Guys, this TaToH guy's pretty good at AoE too. I didn't think he'd be able to get a kill there. That said, both knights are going to die. TaToH with a decent blob of units, and then here comes the castle. Liereyy also with the monk out to help heal with enemy knights. TaToH's got more res. Well, TaToH also has more hair and more ink than Liereyy. You see that help him to win this game? I don't think so. I'm sorry, guys. I'm pretty tired at this point. All right, second TC. Although his main TC is going to go down. And Liereyy with his own second TC. Still in a largely comfortable position. 6 fishing ships a player. And yes, TaToH has a larger army numerically, but the army values are at least pretty similar, and these units aren't all that scary. And of course, the thing with Korean units is that they tend to be very, very cost efficient. The rocket carts, the towers, the war wagons, of course. 4 fire ships still sailing around the map. Still, the long and short of it is that the fishing ship numbers are identical. Liereyy is going to be getting ahead in terms of eco upgrades, though. And TaToH is going to lose that TC sooner or later. And right now we have Liereyy trying to press here a little bit to the south. Now, TaToH does have 4 knights. They only have +1 defense, however. I feel like I've never seen rocket carts actually matter versus mangonels. But I guess I never see Chinese, Koreans, or Jurchens actually go for their rocket cart upgrade. Well, that was a good demo. I mean, it is TaToH, right? The demo usage is on point. TaToH gonna have 1 relic in already. Liereyy gonna get 1 himself. Obviously, you need to deny that from Lithuanians as best you can. We're in the Dr. Zoidberg part of the cast. Redemption coming in for TaToH. Like I said, I do like Monk Civs against Koreans. Especially Monk plus Skirmisher Civ, which is kind of Lithuanians. First Onager upgrade? Well, the Rocket Cart to Heavy Rocket Cart upgrade is basically the exact same as Mangonel to Onager. It's the unique texts that make the difference. Ooh, I don't think that was cancelled. Stages? It might be. I haven't seen the Three Stooges since I was a kid. I absolutely based it off of Zoidberg. All right, Devotion coming in. Obviously super important. All right. Oh, it looks like I missed a couple of big conversions because I got a silly Discord notification. Jump to Zoidberg? I know, man. I watched Futurama too much as an adult. Oh, man, guys, look at those Lithuanian rocket carts. Are they good on Rage Forest? The rocket cart upgrades? Yes, they're all great on Rage Forest. Oh, the Chinese one, the Chinese rocket cart still missed that extra range, but their damage is comparable to a Siege Onager. Yeah, Tim, last I heard, was living in Singapore with the WWP sponsor. Rocket cart not getting converted there. I mean, TaToH's trying to make this work. He is still slightly ahead in resources, despite having worse eco upgrades and losing his starting town center and being behind by 1. We do have Sanctity in. How are there no confusion? Man, Devotion's OP. Yes, the Elite Skirm upgrade, or the Elite Skirm. Yes, the Elite Skirmisher guys allow skirmishers to cut down trees. That's how OP they are. You guys have no idea. All right, that should be a... Excuse me, conversion. How on earth were there no conversions? Oh my goodness, Devotion is so silly. It's got all the relics, I doubt it. Yeah, TaToH's LOS is still largely restricted to his portion of the map. Well, that is honestly likely somewhat decisive, as Liereyy taking a very efficient fight there. Guys, why was there a Mangonel under Lierey's TC here? Would someone like to explain that one to me? Because I'm a little confused by it. Anyway, Liereyy now even getting handcart. His eco is now finally getting ahead of TaToH's, which it felt like it should have probably been ahead a little while ago, but hey, it's getting there now. TaToH trying to add in another TC. That rocket cart will go down without doing any more damage. And that does put the siege unit numbers at 0 for each player, actually. Monk and Skirm Civ. There we go. All right, ballistics. That is obviously going to be quite helpful. Another Mangonel coming out here for TaToH. But Liereyy, 1, he can drop castle number 2 quite quickly. And 2, he can click up to Imp probably much sooner than his counterpart. Against Khmer Heavy Scorps. You still run into the issue that the heavy rocket carts are outranged by 2 compared to... Or no, I think it's just 1. Yeah, it's just 1 compared to the Heavy Scorpion. So it's still going to be tricky to get the shot off. But if you get that shot off, they're going to completely flatten the Scorpions. Well, Mangonel there being a bit annoying. There you go. Like I said, Liereyy was going to be faster up to Imp, and indeed he is faster up to Imp. Not that much of an army, though. I don't see many monks on standby. There's the one over there, but there are only 2 monks on the entire map. And TaToH's still pretty far away from a castle. That Mangonels are going to be all that great there. And that is another not conversion, man. Drawback from the first game. I don't think that's the case. But Liereyy looking great here to rebound after that game 2 loss. That's going to be good for TaToH, though. Skirmers don't have the second defense upgrade, but even so, having the faster movement speed and ballistics is a pretty darn nice combo to have. That said, Lierey's still absolutely in a winning spot this game. Orchard, then they would be awful. Because the heavy siege armor class is only for units that are completely broken without it. aka ballista elephants and Hussite wagons.
TaToH?
Those units need to be countered, otherwise it's just... In early Castle Age, there's no way to stop Hussite wagons, and in Post-imp, there's no way to stop ballista elephants. Oh, boy. I don't know, guys. I mean, TaToH is on his way up, and the Vil counts are still comparable, but Lierey's ahead by a couple thousand resources. And he's going for 2 ranges. Guys, is he going to go for his skirmishers? Is he going for the best AoE unit? Alright, now we're going to start tower creeping. Hope needs a heavy siege armor. Yeah, but units never change armor classes based off of their upgrades. So it would break every single AoE 2 rule if that was the case. Also, Hope needs would still counter the Mangonel line anyway with their superior range.
TV?
And speed. Oh man, Liereyy littering keeps across the map. He's littering like it's, you know, cigarettes in the 1980s where you're just tossing those things everywhere. Alright, castle coming in here. In Germany in the 2020s. Oh yeah, rip. Oh my goodness, guys, Lierey's going for skirmishers. He can't lose. Is TaToH out of gold entirely on his little side of the map? Wow, looks like he is. It's pretty rough. Liereyy has murder holes, I think. Yeah, he does. Would say green is TaToH? Why?
TV?
Towers? But going for towers is like the most normal thing ever for Koreans. I mean, it would be weird if we were going mass towers with the sim that wasn't Koreans. Like, Koreans, Japanese, and Georgians are the Sims that you would just expect them to incorporate towers as a part of their game plan. Yeah, I mean, TaToH and Barles are absolutely more towery players than most, but I don't think you can glean anything from this being a Koreans game and them making towers. Anyway, the populations are even, but Liereyy still is resoundingly ahead. He's got those keeps. The Capgrams are here, which is cute. With 3 turtle ships. TaToH dies from laughing. Ram's gonna get punched down by the Vils. And I missed it. I am pretty tired at this point. But, you know, T90 gets roasted by his chat as much as I get roasted by my chat, so, you know, he probably deserved it. Anyway, nice cheap Korean skirm's going to be very helpful here. You still have the towers a-coming. You've got bombard cannons here. TaToH has no gold income. Kind of surprising that Liereyy only went 1 castle and didn't try and go more heavily into war wagons, but this is going to work just fine for him. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Oh! Liereyy taking Nomad. Yeah, the stats are going to be a little bit messed up, but Liereyy just too far ahead in the Castle Age time. I mean, it was kind of funny, right? Because Liereyy was... It didn't look like he was that far ahead, but he got to Castle Age first and had more resources still, so... It was a very big wombo combo. All right, that is the Lithuanians losing to the Koreans. Same draft priority again. And Liereyy is up 2-1 in this best of 7. No, it was not deleted. It was killed. All right, we got game 4. Don't think he did? I thought he had way more than that. I thought he had enough for 2 castles. That ever did game. Yeah, TaToH did have 700 stone. Yeah, I thought he just had a ton of stone, and then the castle just was destroyed, and then he only had 700 left. Because remember, TaToH had no gold income, but he had a ton of stone in his side of the map. Alright, game 4. 4 lakes. Oh my goodness. Yes, it was absolutely an MLG reference. Yeah, Tim TC and a Tim Castle. It's rough. Alrighty, kiddos. Game number 4 in this best of 7. Liereyy in the blue is the Italians to the southwest here on 4 lakes, just like the last series now that I think about it. TaToH going to be here in the red as the Huns to the north. Alright, so we saw this exact same matchup earlier. Hera went fast castle crossbowman and added TCs behind it because he had a very good map. But honestly, Lierey's map isn't that bad if you wanted to try the same thing. And we know that Liereyy and Hera practice together when Liereyy practices, which I don't know how much he's practiced, if at all, for this tournament. Whereas MBL went for something a lot more standard. Now, Hera probably would have still been in a very bad spot that game if MBL had pressured the pond on the side. So let's see what TaToH's going to be up to, because this is still a fairly even Civ matchup. I like Italians in the late game a lot. Of course, Genoese crossbowmen, they also have fully upgraded Hussars. It's a pretty deadly combo. But, you know, everything up until we see a ton of Genoese crossbowmen, it's reasonably even. So, onward and upward we go. Guys, why did TaToH build a lumber camp over here and not over here? Did he think he got a better angle? Let's go Liereyy. Let's go Liereyy because I'm tired. Alright. Yeah, I have no idea why he built a lumber camp there. Maybe he scouted it first. I don't know. Und so? Doc gonna come in here for Liereyy. There we go. And Doc just gonna be a little bit later here for the Huns. There you go. This game doesn't have a drop in it, by the way. As far as I can tell. Right, we got the 6 lumberjacks there for Liereyy. He's got his first fishing ship almost out. TaToH has yet to start his first fishing ship. Yeah, Liereyy, a fishing ship ahead of his opponent, so definitely a bit of a better start for him. Right, just luring in the deer. Yeah, basically just a villager ahead already is Liereyy. TaToH, though, slightly ahead in resources collected, although that has, you know, there's a lot of food on the hunters. Because we have the hunters hunting the hunters. Because I really like Hunter x Hunter. Alright. Loom coming in at the same time for each player, so both going to click up at a very similar time. Of course, one dude, aka Liereyy, will have one more fishing ship. What do you know? 0 seconds idle time versus 2 seconds. Obviously, TaToH is washed.
Salve.
And still more fishing ships queued up. There's the barracks, so not going to be going purely for the aquatic approach. And Liereyy not going to be going FC like Hera did. They're just going to wall up. He should do the Mihai thing and just add like one palisade every few tiles to prevent a docking attempt. I'm doing fine, Robert. A little bit tired. But we probably had the game of the year earlier, or one of the games of the year. So that's always something that's nice. Yeah, look, 6, soon to be 7 fishing ships versus 4. Let me tell you guys, fishing ships are pretty good in Age of Empires, in case you didn't know. Bidax immediately on the way for both players. There's the stable for TaToH, but I mean, he's gonna need to do something, otherwise Lierey's just gonna get very far ahead in economy. Which game? The Fortress game. I don't know, the game that went 2.5 hours. Alright, range coming in for Liereyy. Oh my goodness, guys. Is he gonna go for fishing ships, walls, and defensive skirmishers? A little annoying there. Oh, look at this. It's a perfect L shape, guys. Oh my goodness, it's the perfect mining camp. Gold distribution. Oh, Liereyy, he's gonna lose the game. He didn't go skirms. Anyway, TaToH did at least add in a couple more fishing ships of his own, but you can see that Liereyy is working with that slight eco advantage. I remember, what, you think you're gonna have a set that doesn't have Kawasan and 4 lakes? Come on, man. Nice wall there for Liereyy, and he is now totally safe. Well, I mean, Huns typically want to play aggressive and not wall. And that's kind of what's happening. I hear scout sounds. Oh, there it is! I was wondering where the scout was. Looking all over for it, man. Anyway, that build's gonna be fine. I thought the Bill was trying to, or the scout was trying to knock his way out, not into the villager. Alright, Liereyy with a couple of archers at this point. TaToH gonna be followed up with some skirmishers, but again, Liereyy was just faster to get those extra fishing ships. He's going to have a dock over here to the east, although TaToH is building his own dock to the west. And Liereyy has accrued a little bit of idle TC time. But TaToH has now actually exhausted all of his herdables, whereas Liereyy has not. So Liereyy is likely going to be getting a very significantly faster castle age time, as Lierey's not spending food on anything not named villagers or double bidax. So this could be big for him. It could be big if true. And let me tell you, it's true. Liereyy just needs to cancel an archer and he can click up. With the power of Italians and the cheaper age up. Is he going to remember that he can do that with Italians? Or is he going to wait for 800, 200? He can do it. Okay, there we go. Alright. Padded archer armor on the way. And there's the stable for Liereyy. So he sees the skirmishers, wants some knights, gonna go for knight plus archer most likely. Which you can certainly do with Italians. They're not as good at it as some other civilizations, even if they do have the tech tree. But your eco is still going to be supercharged enough via fishing ships that it's probably okay regardless.
Timo.
Anyway, still just 2 more fishing ships for Liereyy. Resources collected are actually slightly in favor of TaToH, though. Does have less idle TC time. Oh, that scout! Archers applying a little pressure. But TaToH is still so far away from the castle edge.
Timo.
Oh, a market and a watchtower immediately upon seeing his opponent reach the castle age. Kill there. Oh, and look at this. Bodkrosaw coming in for Liereyy, and this little group of archers is going to bleed on out. TaToH still applying some pressure to Liereyy. Both players just with 2 pawns. TaToH picks up, but uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. This looks like my games, man. Maybe. Oh, chain barding armor coming in, so Liereyy is indeed going to be focusing on both units, the knights and the crossbowmen. Still, now you're switching mostly into skirmishers as TaToH, and the thing is, guys, if you're going skirmishers because you're slower up to castle age, it really doesn't feel good because it just feels like you have no way to ever apply pressure. Now, this could just be TaToH saying, if I do anything that isn't a skirmisher, I'm gonna die. Which could be true, but that just really goes to underline how important this uptiming advantage is here for Liereyy. Archer's still hanging around there. Husbandry coming in. I mean, these knights are well-ish upgraded. Bloodlines coming in too. Alright, so what's the plan, TaToH? We got 10 archers and 10 skirmishers. That's a very awkward distribution of units. You don't typically want to be getting both upgrades. Archer's not really going to do a whole lot over here unless they want to enjoy a nice beachside view here. Look at this. They're just enjoying their time on the sand. His name has always been Liereyy. Larry is just a nickname for the nickname. Well, crossbow and bodkin are in here for TaToH. Yeah, Liereyy is easier to spell. Second TC now. That is very unfortunate as far as the villager placement goes, but Liereyy is going to recognize that. Yeah, I mean, again, this does feel somewhat similar. But I think that's part of the issue is just that you're so much slower up. Like, Liereyy and TaToH were up at the same time, but TaToH had 2 fewer fishing ships. And it was a pretty similar dynamic with Castle Age, like, Liereyy was just ahead. I mean, the fishing ship numbers are now even, but it just feels like Liereyy has a bit of an advantage in every single way. Like, there's no downside to what Liereyy did, in the same way that it felt like that was the case with Hera. Anyway, that villager line is going to be getting very inefficient. And we do have the second range in here for Liereyy, so clearly he does want to focus more on the ranged units going forward. I mean, it is Liereyy, of course. Well, I mean, that's just Huns in a nutshell. Huns don't typically wall up. Not having houses to reinforce walls with. Like, houses are helpful for walling in the first place, and also you build houses behind the palisade walls so that the enemy units just don't punch them in. Anyway, +2 defense coming in now for the archers. Not the lady! Okay, there's Elite Skirmisher. I thought it would be kind of weird for him to go for +2 defense, but no Elite Skirmisher, but that is indeed what he is making, as TaToH is now making the switch over into the Cav Archer, so you're making all the archery range units right now as TaToH, but doing so on the single town center. Well, this fight's happening before Elite Skirmisher, and this is going to be a mop-up on Isle TaToH. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my god. He didn't even cancel E-Skirm, man. Oh boy. TaToH gonna try and add a second TC. Cav Archers are out on the map. Well, that's what happens when you have the slower army. Go to Imp? Not likely. I like how both series have had Kawasan and Four Lakes, man. Skirms and Pikemen, that is not an army composition that you can use to threaten your opponent with very effectively. Those are the sorts of... that's the sort of army composition you use if you play defensively, and you only have the luxury of being able to play defensively if you're even or ahead in economy or tech. And TaToH is neither. Liereyy 800 resources ahead and climbing. Stone for castles. Again, that's way too slow. You do all that, and then Liereyy just clicks to Imperial Age 3 minutes faster than you. Alright. TaToH swooping in here. He does have Cav Archers with Ballistics. Just missing, and Thumbring even, just missing Husbandry, in fact. Liereyy gonna get a castle here at the front of his base, though, so Genoese crossbowmen are gonna be on the menu. Yeah, actually, that's kind of what MBL did, and MBL was so far behind to Imperial Age that it wasn't really good enough. That said, not bad play there at all from TaToH in terms of trying to claw his way back into this one. I mean, the villager numbers are comparable. But yeah, now you even have your extra armor on your archers, which is nifty. Nifty, I say. And there's GG. TaToH realizing he ain't got much of a hope in this one. He could not take any good fights whatsoever, and Liereyy was simply too far ahead economically. I mean, look at this difference of the Castle Age time. They both went up to Feudal Age at the same time, and Liereyy was still that much faster to Castle Age. It is not a very good combo if you're TaToH. Well, it seems like the getting to Castle Age game plan is a bit more consistent-like. So Liereyy, one game away from the semifinals. That is Huns losing to Italians. I don't know if Huns are ever worth a first pick. Unless it's on the Unstranded. Oh, that's Lierey's home map. Lost Nomad. Maybe we could see a land map. Maybe. Maybe. Well, when? Yeah, but you forget Lierey's mental block against Hera that seems to have existed for a while now. But they play each other. Yeah, they'd play each other in the semifinals. It's Yo Nikov and Liereyy Hera if Liereyy wins this. Hera was bad today? I honestly think MBL played exceptionally well. I just think that was a bad strategy choice in the last game, and MBL kind of threw a couple games. I mean, did Hera play perfect? No, but Hera was playing experimental, and I don't know if he'd ever do that against Liereyy. Alrighty. Chinese land? I thought so. Well, now they're Romans and not Italians. Is it Koji? Oh. Nope. Why would you think that we are not boating again? Yeah, I don't know anything about a potential Chinese land. It would be really cool if I could go, though. But I'm not getting my hopes up. Alright, it is indeed a Dravidian party. TaToH, tournament life on the line. We'll have TaToH as the Armenians to the west. And to the east, in the purple, as Uncle C Tom, it will be Liereyy. Ah, boy. Part of it was quick. To be fair, all of the not game 2s were very quick. The 3 boating maps were all pretty darn over without so much happening. But we have another boating map. Which is better? I think they're both fine. I think Pacific Islands might be a bit better 1v1s, and I think that Migration's better in team games. But they're both fine. It is the Pepsi map. Little Pepsi logo. Anyway, Dravidians, Armenians, they're both good civs. Nothing wrong with either. So,
Yes, podrastem.
Sorry.
yeah. Liereyy is going to be docking forward on this island. So this is just a little thing you can do, guys, if you want to make sure you have 2 deep fish at least relatively close. So you can see that Liereyy has a deep fish over there as well as one right next to the dock. It also sets you up a bit better aggressively if that's something that you're into. The downside is that your fishing ship isn't out as quickly. Small difference either way. TaToH's going to need 3 vills there on the hoose.
Yes, podrastem.
Yes, patrastem.
Ayo,
Ramantek Tagavor. So, TaToH is still, again, slightly faster with the fishing ship. Does have 5 seconds idle time, though. Got the fuel cart there for maximum efficiency. I still do prefer Armenians to Dravidians, because it feels like Armenians don't really have any downsides. Whereas Dravidians still have the downside with the bad monks and bad cavalry. So although they might be a bit better aggressively, it's just Armenians feel much more consistent to me. Like, they can do everything in mid-game, and they also have a very good late game. Dravidians also themselves have a very good late game, but it feels like there are a few more There are more gaps in them, in their tech tree. I think it's pretty normal. Looks pretty normal. It looks like the Tegu key,
Ayo, derim tagabo.
which is the symbol on the South Korean flag. All right, TaToH going to this northern island. One might even say the Northern Isles. And TaToH does see the dock position, so he is going to be trying to build further away from his opponent. Liereyy is going to be clicking up a villager sooner, though. And with... Look at this. He's clicking up a vill sooner and with one more fishing ship. So it seems like a very nice build from him. I mean, for a guy who notably plays less AoE 2 than many of the other top players, Liereyy never has bad builds. All right, pickaxe coming in, and it will just be for 2... No, it can't be for 2 dock galleys. Don't have the gold. Okay, yeah, just a little bit delayed on the second galley. Well, we'll see the 2 docks there. But it's still just going to be a regular old galley war in which the Armenians are going to be having a bit of an advantage, but no bidaxe for TaToH. Ooh. That feels like a very big mistake, especially with Armenians. It's one way you can leverage an advantage with your civilization. And then we know, I'm quite confident that he does not play. He plays more than people might think just based off of like streaming, and he plays less than most of the other top players. Well, Scout sees the transport there. Nothing too crazy happening though. Fletching in, though, for Liereyy. And very, very early defensive tower. TaToH is worried about the potential landing of archers from his opponent, although that isn't a thing that Lierey's doing. That's already a bit of a win for Liereyy without him even having to do anything. Indeed, TaToH is at least a bit closer in terms of banking resources towards the castle age. The mule carts also are nice here because you can drop off the hunt at it. Oh, look at this, though. Nicely done from Liereyy. TaToH not keeping track of the entirety of his opponent's navy. TaToH gets a kill on the scout cavalry, but losing 2 fishing ships is obviously worse. Deep fish under the TC. El Dorado. El Dorado is very snowbally, especially when they made it a hybrid map. Rage Arena? Oh, yeah. Well, Rage Arena was never in a 1v1 tournament. Well, TaToH's actually mining stone. Snow-themed? Oh, yeah, Frigid Lake, my favorite map in the world. I freaking love Frigid Lake. Best map in all of AoE 2. Anyway, if TaToH did want to go for a faster castle age, and I think he did, there is a real downside to building those defensive towers, because it just, well, it slows you down. Whereas Liereyy able to sell his stone, and he's going to be getting a little bit of those eco kills, and he's going to be getting a competitive age up time. But TaToH will still be up first. Players don't really like Ghost Lake. It's basically Arabia, but more defensive. But, I mean, I like Ghost Lake. And I think that having a tournament with a bunch of, you know, minor variations of land maps is perfectly fine, but every tournament really likes to have a super diverse map pool. And by that I mean mostly hybrid maps.
아요, 때림 다가볼.
Cute move here from TaToH to use the back fish. Horse collar coming in, but yeah, that's still a late double bit axe from TaToH. Anyway, 6 galleys to 10, and Liereyy is still producing more. Kind of goofy looking walls, though, to be honest. I don't actually understand that. There's so little in life I do understand. Anyway, last time I checked, 10's a bigger number than 6. And that is going to be another nice kill. Looks like TaToH got a villager kill somewhere along the way, though. Whoa! Okay, TaToH knows where... He's gonna... Huh? Oh, okay, he's gonna sneak around. I'm like, is he really just trying to... chopped wood on the outside? That feels a little silly. Have more contrast? I mean, is it physically possible? Is it something I feel like doing, though? That's my question. Well, TaToH's naval numbers are still looking fairly unimpressive. But I read numbers? I don't know how to read numbers very well. Fine, I'll keep Liereyy in blue. Okay, the fortified church is going there. Where's TaToH's transport? Okay, we're sailing around town. Guys, why is this a thing? Can someone explain to me what TaToH? Last fishing ship goes down. Lierey's still nicely ahead in resources, which it probably feels like he shouldn't be. It's Yover. This is just kind of bizarre. I mean, this is a lot of villager time to kill 2 villagers, guys. I mean, he sent 4 vills forward and invested into a fortified church here. It feels a little excessive, you know what I mean? Now a second relic in for TaToH. Of course, you get one for free as the Armenians. Yeah, I mean, the villagers don't kill the other vills fast enough. Sanctity now coming in, and a second TC for TaToH, but Lierey's just chilling, man. He's on 2 TCs himself. He still has the res lead, and he has a huge naval advantage. I think there was a conversion somewhere along the way. It's like maybe a vill was converted over here. That's one way to grow your navy. Giving up the island? Well, the island isn't really worth all that much at this point, especially since your transport ship has the 20 carry capacity already. I don't really think it's a problem for Liereyy. Just adds in another TC over there. He's still adding in villagers over here as needed. All right. There's the monastery in defensively. You do have atonement as Dravidians if you really need it. But I think that, again, Lierey's fine. Yeah, Dravidians have atonement. Oh, another conversion. Best way to grow your eco, convert your opponent's eco. Now TaToH. Oh, man, look at this, guys. This is the absolute luxury you have when you know you've taken down your opponent's docks. It's going to need a lot of fire ships to be able to deal with all of these war galleys, and a DT is going atonement. That's fair. But Liereyy doesn't have many fishing ships. The war galleys at this point are more about map control and killing villagers. There just aren't that many deep fish on this map to gather. But Liereyy on more TCs than his opponent. He is slightly behind in overall villagers, though. TaToH's macro has actually been very, very good. It's a very janky game from TaToH, although that doesn't necessarily mean it's totally ineffective. You have the Tower of Guard. Not Guard Tower, the Tower of Watching. Armenians have a pretty crappy university overall, but they do have Heated Shot. They don't have Keep, but again, Guard Towers with Heated Shot are still worthwhile. The Observer. Peeping Nook, what? Oh, the Tower of Watching. Oh no. Anyway, TaToH's still getting his eco harassed by Liereyy. Honestly, guys, Lierey's macro has been fairly unimpressive. I mean, he did have to ferry a lot of villagers over, but it seems like it really threw off his food eco. Come on, TaToH, give us Guard Tower. Now, if this were Hidden Cup and TaToH went Guard Tower here, then I'd be thinking that it's TaToH. A creep in the tower? Is that like troll? Troll in the dungeon?
Yes, patrastem.
In the donjon, indeed. Well, yeah, I mean, TaToH doesn't have any naval control. Any true naval control, at least. I'm still just trying to completely understand what he's doing. Liereyy, I get what he's doing, right? He is losing a few war galleys here and there. He does have to deal with TaToH's forward. Was the eco balance great during all of the messiness? No. But he's getting his act together, so to say. But TaToH could still be working with a faster Imperial Age time. Liereyy still has decent eco upgrades, although TaToH himself is getting wheelbarrow. And TaToH is slightly ahead in resources, and the Res Destroyed are going to be getting closer. Yes, TaToH's clicking up. Actually, he doesn't have a building because he's a little bit of a goofball. There's the Universidad. There we go. I mean, TaToH absolutely has a chance to win this one. Training coming in. I don't think he wants to invest that much into fire ships because you don't have fast fire ship as Armenians, and I trust TaToH to know that fact. But you are going to want to switch back into the galleys, which are what the Civ's strength is. TaToH is getting that third TC at this point, and he's still ahead in resources. Despite being behind in villagers and in eco upgrades. A lot of idle TC for Liereyy this game. You don't typically see him thrown off all that much, but, well, sure was here. Well, like, TaToH didn't have atonement. No, he did. Okay, he just got out Vuluvu'd really hard. That happens. But Lierey's gonna reclaim the island. It doesn't really matter that much, to be honest, guys. But I mean, it's still a good fight there for Liereyy. You're not gonna complain about taking a good fight. Liereyy does have plenty of bunks now. And Liereyy himself is going to click up in just a moment. Again, his eco upgrades are looking vastly superior to those of his opponents. and Liereyy also getting the res collected lead at this point. Note that TaToH made sure that his this was the first fortified church that was built so that he'd get his free relic over here instead of over here where Liereyy could fight back and take it right back. Ah, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't consider that. That's on me. Okay, so the fire ships are going to help in taking back the water, and you do have careening, which is nice. Lierey's going to drop a forward castle here, though. TaToH can get his own defensive castle. That's fine for him. And of course, I love the outposts. So, Chateau on the way. TaToH has no gold. That's not great. Guys, did TaToH not know Armenians don't have fast fire ship? Greening coming in for Liereyy.
Setting.
Well, this is going to buy Liereyy plenty of time. Okay, there's Galleon on its way. Liereyy getting a castle up on his own island. But he still has all these villas forward, which can be good or bad. Okay, looks like he'll be able to evacuate the majority of them. Still getting nicely ahead in the resources. 2 relics apiece. But there is another relic over there to the north, and I have no idea where any others are. This guy right here, is awesome. Is great and not at all tired. And is doing a fantastic job casting this game. Oh, I love it. Shipwright immediately. Love it, love it. Leverage one of your big advantages as Dravidians over Armenians in post-imp. That said, I still prefer Armenians in post-imp because they have the best galleons and the best demos. Well, FF, he will not fast fire. Again, you don't have that as the Armenians. That's a very late bow saw. Again, especially for Armenians who want to get that upgrade as quickly as possible. Liereyy looking like he's really going to start to come online at this stage. Game 5? I actually do think we're going to go to a Game 5. I think we're going to go at least 37 minutes and 33 seconds into Game 5. So galley numbers are climbing. And, I mean, yes, you do have the better galleons as the Armenians, but not by that much. And the efficiency of Shipwright is still not going to be underestimated. Game 6. I like Lierey's position more in this game. I mean, it's certainly far from unwinnable for TaToH, but I do think Lierey's been playing a bit smoother. 3 cannon galleons queued up as well. And there's the H demo. And remember, guys, Armenian demos are silly. They're a silly unit. We haven't seen Atacama all tournament long, and it was drafted by one of these players. All right, looks like they needed a moment. Very, very long series, especially if it ends in a 4-1. Having a 2.5-hour long game, too, will do that for you. Okay, TaToH getting all sorts of upgrades, so TaToH is still thinking about the late game. And there's Cilician fleet. Castle's a little weird, I have to say. Usually you'd want a castle that can protect the coastline, but I think Lierey's pretty afraid of Drummonds, so this castle's more about deterring raiders, but it doesn't really help you secure any water. Or a cheat unit? I don't know. Do Armenians or Byzantines have better Drummonds? I mean, they're both good. Armenians get the extra projectile, Byzantines fire faster. And have increased blast radius. Indeed. And these are Armenian heavy demos. They are both a fun and a balanced unit. Guard tower, there we go. Armenian demons. Wow. Oh, beautiful shots there from the cannon galleons. Anyway, I have very low hopes for these particular demos, and indeed those low hopes were justified. I wonder if TaToH has it in him at this point. Because this fight does not look like one that's going to be very good over time. And remember, shipwright also gives you that faster production. Match made in hello. 10 more ships right now for Liereyy, and again, is the efficiency there for TaToH is my question. No, Liereyy also has dry dock. Lierey's still ahead in resources. He's splitting up the galleons means that they're not all hitting together. TaToH's not giving up yet. There's dry dock. We're actually at 5 elite cannon galleons at this stage, which is very, very good for Liereyy. Look at all these docks from him. That's some big dock energy right there. $25 more army right now for Liereyy. You have a Drummond kind of off on its own. And the galleons being brought to bear here in the north. We have heated shot on its way. I just don't see many towers, though. And I mean, we already have plenty of elite cannon galleons out. Couple of Theosati. I don't hate Theosati here if you're Liereyy. Against a civ that doesn't have fast fire ships, I think your Theosati are perfectly fine. But I also don't think they're necessary in this situation. There are very few situations where Theosati are like actually super good. This is a situation where it's like they're probably just as viable as galleons are, but not really anymore so. Anyway, big push here. 20 more shippers. Still... Oh, that demo went the wrong way. Horrible versus demos? I mean, they're not amazing. I mean, the Drummonds also help out. Again, the Armenian Navy is better, so it's really just a matter of do you have enough ships here as Liereyy? I think he probably does, but there's like that little bit of an asterisk, you know? Still has 7 more galleons. And of course, the cannon galleons take down all the docks. Oh, it's a fun and it's a balanced unit. Oh my god. I freaking hate those things. Okay, Liereyy is still probably fine because he was sniping the docks, but... Jeez. And you have the best galleons. Guilds, 2-man saw both coming in. Lierey's still fine. Liereyy even has 1 more relic than his counterpart. TaToH has a little life in him, though. A lot of Vills idle there, actually. Oh, and the galleons over here able to protect the trebuchets. But again, but without fire or demo, but I mean, yes, you don't have fire ships, but the Theosati are awful against both fires and demos, and they're very expensive. Yeah, I mean, this should be, honestly. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Liereyy with a nice mix of ships, honestly. Anyway, Liereyy should be moving on here to the semi-final to face Hera. TaToH has 44 idols, guys. He's losing on every front. He actually has a positive KD, although he's behind in resources destroyed. Yeah, Lierey's cannon galleon usage was very, very good. Thanks for tuning in, Vine Smash. Indeed, this one looks like it will be wrapping up pretty soon here. Obviously, TaToH's going to fight his heart out. And to be fair, TaToH did win the game of the set. It's just Liereyy won all the boating maps. One naval civ? Yep. I think it is as simple as they didn't want to have 2 cavalry civs as the 2 DLC civs. I think it is that simple. Which, like, I get. But also, when you sign up to do Armenians and Georgians, that's kind of what you have to do, right? You want to use the most historical logic possible. Hello, Mustafa. This game is very, very over. There is no real downside to Lierey's position. It was the George. I mean, Armenians would have been a bit more cav archer oriented, right, historically? GG, well played, good luck to next. Indeed, Liereyy does take the 4-1 win. And we'll be moving on to face Hera. At least we had a really good game number 2. Anyway, guys, just over 7 hours of streaming today. Thank you all so much. I don't know if tomorrow... I think tomorrow we might have off. Yeah, we have tomorrow off, guys. And it is Independence Day tomorrow. So I probably won't stream. I might, but I probably won't. Thanks, Sean DeWolf. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching, guys.
Tell your dog we said hi.
And I'll see you in a little bit.